best documentary and stuff. And unless that happens, everyone's mad apparently. But
8 nominations?
yes.
A lot. A lot of nominations.
That's
not
arguably 8 more than it deserves, I would say, but
No, 9 more than it deserves.
I could definitely I could definitely get behind like best visual design or something. You know, like
Best costume design.
yeah, there was
Sure.
definitely something there from a purely aesthetic point of view, like in that movie, that was pretty impressive, if nothing else. But everyone's mad that Greta Gerwig didn't get Best Director and Margot Robbie didn't get nominated for Best Actress. But Ryan Gosling did, because everyone loves Ken.
do against this shit? What? Wow.
Fight. 見せてやる。うっとうしい。
Just like that, bro. What's this fucking dude? What am I supposed to do against that? What am I supposed to do when I'm hitting him and then he just hits me? Bro, that's so fucking stupid. That is so fucking dumb, bro. That he can just do that every fucking hit, man. Not fair. I am kicking his ass, bro. But he's just fucking armoring everything and hitting me with the fucking twice. He's giving me what I'm giving him like 2 times, bro. In just 1 hit, bro. It's not fair. Then he can do this out at any moment. Like, bro, come on! He's already dodging everything, bro. Come on. Well, that shit at least be fucking fair, bro. What am I supposed to do, man? It's not fucking fair, man. Blocking. And here we go. This one. Fuck! This pisses me off. It's not right. You can't just keep pulling out cheese, man. That's not difficulty. That's bullshit. You can't keep throwing out random armor if I'm already fucking attacking you. Can't grab you. Why? Why can you do that? It literally makes no fucking sense, fucking bullshit, bro. Fuck, dude. What am I supposed to do?
Fight.
Like that. Like I never did. This bot shit. It's not fucking good. Eating my every fucking there it is. And it's over.
I want to say as well, like when we were talking the Guardian, I always Bastion like right
say you try to start this off. I actually got it right. And fall into the kind of cliche tropes that you saw from those 1980s movies, increased automation of Fast Times at Ridgemont High,
Fight.
things like that.
見せてやる。
Wrestled with righteousness against justice. There is no candidate for army movie without a red. The two people most responsible for this.
What am I supposed to do, man?
Genius, I mean, that's a... Are we going to use the lens?
I'm not even sure if I actually knew how it chose to be this. I was so confident before, but like,
Well,
dude,
one fell swoop, right?
even if I'm beating him, he does a move that will take all my health away. Like, what?
The Ukrainians, they were like, you know what, we can't do this. It's Barbie hospital. Okay, see, guys, see anything.
What? Was it blocking? What the fuck is going
Ironic too. My company is nothing without, you know, everyone else. My role is this, and that's like one of the film again, the cast that no, still questioning. That's what you draw for the movie, but that's not what
What? Oh, come on! This is such bullshit. That is so fucking bullshit. So fucking bullshit. No matter how much lead I have, bullshit gets whipped out. What the fuck was that, man?
All of us.
Fight. 見せてや
And I
る。
was fine, but
the rest of them.
Basically saying you can't beat them unless the only thing you know how to do is jump. I don't know how to do it like that.
It's essentially like how do you cars on this one? Nice in today's society.
Did I not deserve this? It's like, in my life, not that I got that upset from my first loss.
Bro. Jeez, dude.
No, it's Buster Douglas.
You're asking actually,
Buster Douglas, I think it was Buster Douglas, not like Mike Tyson, right? And all anybody ever talked about is Mike Tyson, not Mike Tyson. And Buster Douglas is dead, and that good. And it was like, it was like, they don't see something involved in the victory. Talk about what he did, right? Not what Tyson did. It's like that's something going on here. Instead of people covering the direction who were nominated, and the actors that were nominated, it's talk about Barbie.
So that's the other thing. That's supporting acting. Other wrongs acting. Last time we talked about means that yeah, within about 5 seconds. What they got about counts. Exactly how the film turned out. That's the argument. Some people are trying to say that a man getting the woman's work is it's not that. It's that the film itself is the perception of the man and the filmmaker.
I have to women talk about
That's it. The third angle as well is that of the Oscars, otherwise we would be talking about the Oscars because they quite happy to write
Dude, why can't he just do that over and over
this has
again?
been a really good way to get out that subject.
the marketing department.
Fight. Disappear.
I mean, I think movie like this such a just like what's like kind of but it's like movies which know exactly why they get big. They say the right thing. Check the right or they are a flat by which you protect stuff. And so when Harvey, which already got we're already talking about Oscars.
Like, dude, if he's gonna be able to do so much anyway, why does he get so much more armor? Are we supposed to be at the same fucking point in our strength right now? Like, why? Is he more difficult to fight and we're supposed to be even level or be stronger than him? Fuck piss me off.
That's what Marvel did. Nobody actually are.
2 seconds, it's the same shit even if I block. What am I supposed to do? No, I can kick and then fly and then laser. I haven't done this at all. I'm doing it now. Fucking bots, man.
Fight.
Ridiculous. Ultimate burst. Why is he able to just do that? Fucking shit. Get go. Oh, now he's gonna prove that he can do it multiple times in a row. AI is fucking crazy, bro. AI is just like that, guys. It's fucking. Fucking boss.
Cultural. It was almost inevitable to try to capitalize on that. One, it was massively successful. Everyone was talking about it throughout the summer, and the champions are caused. No, I think it helped Oppenheimer.
Have we ever seen him do that?
I mean, it's not possibly.
I'm getting too graph happy. Yeah. Fucking it. Oh no, it really does just take all my health away. They want me to just perfect it at the end every time? I'm confused about that. Is that just gonna happen every fucking time? Like, that made no sense, bro. I blocked. It's always just gonna take all my health away. Fucking wild. And I'm pretty sure he got health back or something.
I find that funny. Marty was popular. Yes. I went to see Oppenheimer like Wednesday in the afternoon, and there were like and yeah, for scene and for anyone listening, I'm wondering why that is. I colonized
I think that we're supposed to
Anyway, practing. It says the man of web is tracking according to Fox of his role, tracking to earn
does end up watching
and then let there be carnage at 90 million. Even if it comes in on the higher end of its tracking, still marbles another for
Fight. Misete.
with sorry, 4.
so. No, there's two guys, the 4 screenwriters for Man and Web, and 2 of them are they're like anti-geniuses. I don't know what it is, but they're like anti-geniuses. They have something, they introduce something into it.
This is Sony's like like when I got the MCU was massive and
You should have already got your help back, man. What the fuck?
I suppressed those things like you know really
during the high days of Marvel. The more of them that come out, even if they're not MCU properties, superhero films in general, the more of them that come out,
just wanted to suggest that it's bold of you that you'd assume that they're going to decide not to watch it as opposed to they've even heard of it.
I discovered a really bizarre fact about Man and Web while I was researching it. Did you know that this is a period movie? It's set in 2003.
2003.
What?
Yeah.
Exactly what?
It's a standalone.
Why?
I heard about that because It's got something to do with they were going to try and tie it in with particular Spider-Man, right?
Something like I think it ended up in 2003 by accident. They were gonna do it in the 90s, I think, to tie it in with maybe a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, which doesn't make any fucking sense.
Wait,
But they did reshoots, but the only way they could do the reshoots cheaply, but was to make it look like 2003. They couldn't get it to look like modern day. I'm not sure. It's a bit of a convoluted mess, but it makes it even more mean.
Are they going to try and tie it in with the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy?
From what I heard, the intention was to tie it to Andrew Garfield, but then they said
Is there anything that, getting away from the beats, is there anything that
Madam Web, no one's heard of her, no one cares, no one's into superhero movies, so like they're not going to be even more about the characters.
There's no actors or actors.
The fact that it's getting released at this time of year, this is probably
At least say no.
yeah.
It's such an interesting film that there is absolutely nothing to say.
That's so normal at this point. It's like, what is that? Is that a surprise? Like, no.
I don't think I didn't see the trailer for it. I don't care. I mean, I'm going to have to see it because I'll probably end up covering it, but I know nothing about the character. I've not seen the trailer. I don't know anything about it, and I fully expect to have forgotten it within 2 weeks of it coming out, like Echo. But, yeah, if they know it's a flop, though, surely they'll take a lesson from that and stop doing it. And, yeah, they keep doing it.
I mean, they probably will to some extent take a lesson from it. They are
Sorry, that's a bracket. I don't expect necessarily. Could be an asset for you. Spider-Man, like, it gets complicated in terms of how much attention you give to Spider-Man. I don't know why anyone's got it in their head that Tom Holland is less than Garfield.
Oh, I don't remember. Right. Right.
As far as I know, that's the plan.
Oh, no, man.
They're not really Spider-Man more story-grounded or, spectacle-ish. Because it's sort of, like,
that was a one-shot deal. That really is. And it's a nice gimmick. It was cool to
Who's the guy that keeps telling them?
I talked about this just recently. The problem with multiverses is that you have to keep them very contained before they spill over to everything and destroy everything that you've created. Make it a very brief window into different realities if you really have to do it. That's why No Way Home works so well. It was just confined to the Spider-Man universe. It wasn't the fate of you've always got down with the multiverse stuff, like with Multiverse of Madness, you end up with garbage. You're trying to incorporate the way
one of the other things I think Spider-Man have villains. Some sort of crossover. Oh look, Dr. Rock is back at the end. 5 minutes back at the end.
I think all the best villains are.
Well, yes, the rest of them, right? By the way, I'm not saying they would do this. They could. Why is 5 and 4? And I'm just scared to look at them run. Their own bullshit, but they were going
interested in doing more Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies. He's up for doing it. He's still young character.
Fight.
Start his
And you got Spider-Verse as well.
Well,
I know it's not true, but it does
you have to share like 25% of your revenue with Marvel, whereas Andrew Garfield, as far as I'm concerned, it's only required like I love it and stuff, but like he's whereas Andrew Garfield is I'm just saying, like, you know, you almost have to look at it from the point of view of like tarnishing your own legacy, and I think Maguire, like, I'm in 3, and then the fourth one brought everything back to like 4 films. But no, we can't the point.
I'll around 5
popular Spider-Man, but like, has kind of keep himself out of he's a good prospect. He's still gonna have a role for a few more years. That's all I'm saying. From a point of view, that's the thing. But like, I wonder if they did a renovation about it. That was 6 cents of Amazing Spider-Man, and then of course everything's just right now. I don't know. I assume. Well, that's a normal thing. I'm glad that you got very
so fucking bullshit.
Is that coming out this year, is it?
Yeah, Stuart says don't forget Craven. That's at the
Don't
end of the-
sleep on
that's at
Craven,
the arse
everybody.
of
I think we all did forget Craven. Yes.
In 5 minutes time, I've forgotten it again.
Yes.
It's another one of those characters in the same Madden Web and about them. Like I'm not a comic book person.
Fight.
So the MCU was, I think, in large part because they picked all of these very important characters that comics at least partially recognised. Bad about that was I got tendencies then you start actively building something that's in that universe. How we are becoming how we treat about it, and well, that's not good for your
There's someone actually in chat was saying Spider-Man's always been the most profitable. However, it's like, no, the Spider-Man time is like crap. Worried about it with Batman at one point ago, but we're now in a position to really put a lot of hero characters on enough to people like people wonder if like a Fantastic Four would that do well? Like I'm not sure anymore. I don't know. The Spider-Man
Not with Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic.
Right now, the original Spider-Man goes on top. It's all a big story. Guaranteed.
that will be in their hands before too long.
Bruh.
Long still
Right now. I haven't time to stop that piece.
For a few years. Extended universes. Fine, give us a standalone Batman, Spider-Man, whatever. They'll probably do fine because those characters. But this idea of we're still going to have these incredible versus obscure characters like fandoms has ever heard of.
massively need to contract the scope of that extended universe. So I always thought the natural course of action when the beginning of Phase 4 comes along, what you really need to do is to keep the shared universe, but you need to bring it very much back, literally down to Earth. You need to have all of these people, all of the new characters, principally Spider-Man, Daredevil, the local street tier heroes who can start to rebuild from the ground up, much as Phase 1 itself did. You can have ways of getting your legacy cast from Phase 3 back into that as well, but then at least you've reset the board in that situation. You can start progressing stories naturally and relatably. What you don't want to do is, in effectively your first entry in Phase 4, is to say, no, right now is an unquantifiable multiverse, and no one knows what's going on anymore, and no one knows where anybody is, or who all of these people are. It's a bad way of introducing the new characters, because they are just going to be lost in the infinite multiverse in that situation. If you actually introduce people like, even someone like Riri Williams in a grounded story, we actually overlap with recognized people like
but it's compared to the multiverse stuff, it's more small scale, and it was a financial disaster. I'm not sure that there is even an appetite among audiences for those smaller, non-multiverse related movies anymore.
They need to build towards something. I think you can have the best of both in that situation. You begin from the ground up, but you still give the impression that there is a grander story towards which everything is leading. One of the problems with Blue Beetle is that, as you say, it was the tail end of the DCU. We don't even know if the character's going to reappear at any point, and there's no obvious tie-in with a grander story that anybody's invested in. So it's another one of those missable superhero films in a way that I think if you'd begun Phase 4 with a clear sense of direction from the ground up, it might not have had that same dynamic. That said, Marvel's tried some of the local stuff already. Echo was not like billed as this grounded character-based story. The Soldier, and to a lesser degree, isolation. But the grander problem is that because you have this multiverse, none of them are leading into each other. They are not supporting each other. They are all just disappearing into the void, and that makes it more
is Patrick Wilson even offers best. Every see people talking about the fact that the final DC verse is Patrick Wilson. That's how I think about it.
You know what? It's a part of the metaphor because he gives away a little gold. It's a big gold coin, and he gives away things like marble sandwich. And that's kind of like DC. I saw a big entire DC basically everything from the first Superman movie up to Aquaman. Everything he did, box office, merchandising, that ultimately he probably lost a small amount of money. So for all that effort, he got nothing.
It's over. But hey, you guys remember the dog? Well, then let them forget that. The Frankenstein, you get that look at the shit. That was going to be a thing, wasn't it? I don't think I've ever seen a cinematic universe die as quickly as that.
It wasn't not exactly Russell Crowe. If you're going to have him do a dog, I believe it's like a bizarre.
What's that universe? The Dark Universe.
I think it might be
It's another of these pictures.
Fight.
Godzilla and Kong extended universe. Oh, see, that's I think it's very good.
I mean, the afterplay is dark. Extraction. I didn't even suggest this even in 3.
I said this previously. Like, we're trying to say, like, well, what's going to step in to replace superhero films? And like, my guess is either just it's going to be sort of fairly generic action movies, or it's going to be video game adaptations. Mm-hmm. It's going to be one of those two things. Because we are overdue a new craze, and like action movies are not so much craze because they've always kind of been there, but like, essentially the
So I think that would be tragic to see them try and bring comedy back. But
at least they're allowed to have an action.
white men.
American fiction. Drama in it as well. It's cool when we talk about history. Several like examples of the trailer, it looks like it's a little more absurdist, but it's actually pretty grounded. The film's like the plot is almost trying to prove the point of the A+1, which is how it is it's like so you watch the trailer, it's about a guy who is promise and stuff. So then he goes to the book, and like the primer goes to the trainer tells my pathology. Fuck, I hate that, man. Pathology. The whole book is written that way. You gotta see the fellow's really good characters as he writes them, and they're like retarded.
Fight.
It's great to know that the book actually gives off. I don't think it was kind of funny. It was kind of refreshing.
Voice acting like character. I like that a lot, you know. I'm biased, not bad. Same time, it's right. See, that Iron Way, you know, like Barbie. That's how
I feel like we're still on a level-headed approach as well. I lost characters who have a, well then the correct character is X, or the like, problem, and then the like, direct. But that really at the same time points out a lot of stupid shit that
what did you think of the ending, Molly? Because it's
I am heavily biased in favor of it, and I'll tell you exactly why. I don't know if you guys know, Numbers
Fight.
one of the top streets. His the whole compensation was by the end of the at the end of this film, you already know. I have being rearranged. This is being rented. I've spoken to about telling a story. That's the guy cuts. As the guy walks away, he goes.
that was a lovely note.
Yeah, when they did that, I was like, holy shit.
That's something to recommend. Also, starting K. Brian, playing
and that was way back in, I think, September, October of last year. Now, we still haven't seen anything even resembling a trailer, and there's no indication of when it's going to come out. And it's fueling rumors that the sequel is being delayed. They're probably going to make the argument that it was because of the strikes and so on, but it wasn't because they were able to
Fight.
and from the rumors that we're now doing the rounds is that they're actually going to shoot large portions of this remake. Showrunners, G.K. and Patrick McKay are to be between seasons 1 and 2. They've been devoting showrunners to like consulting producers.
because you can't even make the argument really that it was a divisive show. It's like pretty much everyone thought it was garbage, and so it almost been acted that more makes fandom.
Fight.
Every encompassing their entire praise. Wow. Yes, that's great. So, essentially two shows are
everything you ever order from Amazon has an advert for Rings of Power, and it's fucking shit. God.
So now I'm piecing them up with the help of the RP shit. But he ain't taking damage, huh?
Take a look at House of Dragon, try and learn what it was that made that quite as popular as it is.
What was saying,
Bro.
Basically, you can do it. Or you just take it off. Or not even. That's the way I would do that.
Sells themselves on the back, even as season 2 moves into areas where they have more of the rights, the backstory material. But I don't think that's not as big a deal.
Fight.
Obviously, as we've read the books, we've watched the films, we know all this stuff, we care about the lore. But we're not, I don't think the majority of viewers or even Rings of Power season 1 because it did such a great job of adaptation. No ability to write the films, terrible, the dog is embarrassing. Well, that's not going to change unless you can back.
just a basic level of like quality, I suppose, and they don't even adhere to that.
And
And
they
this
have
is a
companies
show.
that lead by saying, we're going to write the story that Tolkien never could. Yeah, that went well.
And it just seemed natural that this show, which is about a fantasy world, thousands of years before our own existence, is like the world that we live
Yeah, I mean, that was
constantly going on about it. I mean,
it's always it's set up for failure anyway though, because as season it's supposed to be an adaptation of expected so they use the character adapting what you're spinning off from. Say, what is Galadriel's character arc? Yeah, the by comparison, it is challenge is compared to the richness of
sure modern quality when you talent or abilities. So yeah, sure.
And do they all have tempests in them as well, or is that just reserved for Galadriel?
Only for 1 week per month do they have that tempest.
You know, even if they do improve it, and I expect season 2 will be better than season 1 because it would be very difficult to make a season of television as bad as Rings of Fire season 1 again. Just mathematically, that's unlikely.
Oh, you underestimate them, Des.
I mean, if they fired the show, like you said, a lot of the show being shit does come down to just bad writing and here's very basic. This is 8 hours of TV and it has bad. It makes sense. It's called some shitty mud builds that no one cares about. Like, that is astounding incompetence. How did that get greenlit? Like, you bring a script, massive script, 8 hours long, into a shooting section, and says, oh, you've got this, you've got a battle. And at the end of this, yeah, this is supposed to be like war fantasy. There's a lot more action battles in it. Very basic confidence perspective. Especially with higher showrunners, but even if it's better, it's still just going to be mediocre kind of shit. You can only improve this so much because the foundation is so rotten. There's only so much to do.
I think it's honestly surprised by how much sing in terms of like their actual creative output, the artistic merit of what they produce. Particularly when you bring new people into a show which is already up and running and you're committed to a course of action narratively, and you're stuck with the actors essentially, but they're not going to get it. And you've got your all-female directing team. Like, none of these things are really like recommending themselves to the idea that this is going to be an improvement on season 1. I think you're just going to see more of the same, really, if not worse.
There's more risk as well because at least, well, I would imagine this is what they will do. This one will actually front into Sauron a lot more than season 1. Mastermind, they can't. It's Anatar or Anatar. Decision, but you know, it's choices. Or try to do it ultimately. Which if they do, I imagine they will. And I've got flashbacks already, I'm sure.
Give this show This looks so interesting.
600 controls per episode.
Yeah, but this is a world where She-Hulk costs $25 million. So $25 million. Somehow it. It's just everything about the show doesn't lend itself to the good storytelling. It gave you that sense of grandeur. It gave you that sense of the entire world is at stake. This is like world-changing events that we're witnessing. I never felt.
Well, I was going to say, it felt very small scale, dull, and none of the advanced stuff that any I don't know where I'm up here. There's no real build up to that.
Something this big, this luxurious, should move like a monster. And yet, the 3-year-old Mazda CX-90.
You get a snapshot of the grandeur and scale of the thing at the beginning of Fellowship of the Ring. It's a great battle right at the start, which gives you a sense of how large these factions are and how well developed and how well armed and how big the battle and therefore the stakes are. The Rings of Power is set during a time when all of the factions are at their most powerful, in theory at least. Certainly the elves are supposed to be at their most powerful and the most widespread. They have the biggest civilizations, they have the biggest armies, they have the most knowledge, they have all of this. The dwarves are mining into Moria, they're expanding their civilization, and the men are pottering about doing fairly impressive things as well. But I think that the largest group of people you see in one place is going to be the horse charge toward the end of the show. Like 20 people on horseback going to fight about 50 orcs. And it gives you no sense of the grandeur of the world that you've built, if that's the scale you've got.
Poor horse, who dark exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Numenor sent 500 men in this military expedition. And it's just so pathetic.
That's like metro sections. This what it shows us is this character that is I know why they did it. Like they took them and showed them whatever game she was on. Guy Ladriel, like showing him the correct way in the hero, but my god, it's demoralizing to see it happen.
Fails on terms and have nothing to do with its adaptation. But also it's relevant because when the world is so carefully constructed as Tolkien's world is, and you start changing bits willy-nilly, all of a sudden you find that down the line you know that you're adapting why is as competent as Tolkien is to get close to creating this cohesive world. And the Rings of Power showrunners are very much
not the worst, but like again, it's relative destruction to like a beloved it's pretty fucking bad.
Essentially, it's the bad series, wasn't it?
The two showrunners, they haven't started beyond
didn't watch that and thought, oh my god, this is a terrible year. That Slash had a flash immediately.
Ant-Man 3 surely was worse.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, like, Indiana Jones, because I legit forget that movie even happened. Honestly, like, it made so little impression on me, I forget that I even saw it.
The worst actor you got Russell Crowe, that was Exorcist.
Yeah. He was quite good in that. He was actually my favourite part of that.
He seemed like he was having a lot of fun with it. Still open bar, it wasn't very good. What were some of the best moments in the past? Mine was Robert Williams getting one for Good Will Hunting.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt that, but they have a different category that has all the things you guys are mentioning. So worst prequel, remake, rip-off, or sequel, you got Ant-Man and the Wasp and Indiana Jones in there as well.
Nice.
And they've called it Indiana Jones the Dial of Stilby. Dead horse.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, yeah, fair enough.
Good that they've got it covered. But yeah, so best our favourite Oscar moments of the past. I will say, I'm trying to remember the actor's name.
I've slept since then.
So yeah, when Roberto Benigni won for Life is Beautiful, he won Best Actor. He walked over the seats to get to the stage. Like, he didn't go round down the aisle or anything. He just walked right over everyone. Because like such was his enthusiasm, and I just thought that was fucking brilliant. I love his like sheer energy for it. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorites.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't really watch the Oscars. I usually just catch the highlights. And then I can't remember which year the highlights are from, if I remember them.
With the slap. Right.
Yeah. The slap was definitely something that everyone saw, I think.
LCL Pen says, also Drinker, love the Rogue Element screenshots that you've been sharing so far. Happy that I backed it and can't wait to watch. Wondering which YouTubers will try to review it though. Well, who knows. But yeah, I'm glad you've enjoyed the little bits and pieces that I've been sharing. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to release.
Are you able to use any news? Any snippets?
The trailer's almost ready. The final edit of the movie is almost ready. Like, basically they're going to send their first cut to me, then I can give my suggestions, and then re-edit it a little bit potentially.
How do you feel about the whole experience?
It's been great, because I got to see all the fun bits and like watching film and stuff, and then drink quite a bit while I was out in Canada, and then come home and then leave other people to do all the boring bits like the editing, the sound mixing, the soundtrack, the visual effects. That just goes to other people. So
How long was the shoot?
it was about 2 weeks in total. So pretty short. Like you got like 3 takes for each scene. They had to move very, very quickly. But yeah, that's I guess what you have to do when you're relatively small budget. But like they got everything they needed, and it's come together pretty well. So pretty happy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to releasing it to the world so people can have a look, have a laugh, and then mock it or whatever it is.
Are you able to tell us the duration?
It's about 40 minutes.
Wow.
It's between 40 and 45, so it's not
Pilot
movie length.
right.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Wow.
yeah. There was some discussions in the initial stages of like we could almost do this as a feature-length film. We realized pretty quickly, no, you can either get a pretty decent short film or you can get a really shit feature-length one where we're like totally stretched beyond our abilities. So
Are you going to go around and try and sell the sell the episode to make a series?
I'm not.
What is the end? What is the end game? What is the end game?
Well,
suppose, that you can go to streamers and production studios and stuff and say, like, this is what we were able to do for a minuscule budget. Like, look at this as almost like a pilot for a TV show. Would you be interested in investing? Maybe we could do something. So,
Because Reach is doing really well.
So there's discussions underway. I can say that much.
Top man.
You may have, I think the time moves for
Top men are working on this, yeah.
excellent.
Don Blackbird says, to hell with all the modern-day nonsense. Jets, what are your favourite Guy Ritchie movies and characters? I watched Snatch today and I thought maybe Vinnie Jones would have been a cool Doctor Who. That's a matchup I never would have expected, but you know.
I like the show.
They're brilliant, man.
Yeah,
They're fun.
I thought they were a lot of fun.
Snatch would be my number one for them, but
I like Hawkins. Lockstock is pretty good. And the man from Uncle, I very much enjoy that guy.
Snatch for me. Snatch for me.
Isn't there a TV show for The Gentleman coming up?
Yeah, the Gentleman movie was pretty good. Yeah, there is a series coming out.
Is he connected to it at least somewhat?
Producer probably.
Producer, probably, yeah.
Did you guys watch The Covenant? Tom?
No.
That was an odd one. It felt very, very un-Guy Ritchie-ish. But it was a decent
Man,
enough
he
movie,
set up
and
one
it
of
was
my colors
right.
already.
It like it was in his wheelhouse at all, and I was kind of curious why he directed it, but
You mean like a landed?
Literally.
yeah.
It's kind of
What
crazy.
the fuck was that, guy?
I would cheat direct the Aladdin remake.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
It's such a wacky. Like I ever found that out, I was like, what the? How did that even happen? Yeah, man, he's perfect for Aladdin.
Whalen Bicephus says Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner broke up. When asked why, Jenner said, because he's Timothy Chalamet and I'm Kylie Jenner. I mean, yeah, good reason, I suppose. Piston says, what movie did you watch when you were young that wasn't well known but that you loved but to bits? Mine is Asterix and Obelix versus Caesar from 1999. So obscure movies or whatever that weren't well known but you loved them.
Nuns on the Run, Radical Train. It's a good one.
Mine was Battle Beyond the Stars. I fucking loved that movie as a kid. Didn't really appreciate how much of a rip-off it was, but I didn't care. And it had Sybil Danning with, wow, I don't know, like you should look up her outfits for that movie. They were epic.
Yes.
That would be my choice. But the rest of you guys.
As I said, to be honest with you, I really loved the 1998 Godzilla film. Now I'm older and I know better, but I liked it when I was like 3, it was great.
Not so much now. It's alright. Truxenhausen says, Drinker, I'm excited for your Reacher review. So, yeah, everyone's like, for me to watch like Reacher season 2, so I'm like 1 or 2 episodes in right now. It feels very much like, I don't know if they changed writing teams or something on this one. It feels like someone trying to emulate the dialogue of Reacher rather than it being like authentic like the first season was. You know, the characters are either making insane leaps of logic that like no normal person could ever make, or they're like spelling out things that are painfully obvious, but they just want to say it because it makes them seem like a bit more intelligent. It's weird. Yeah, it's a weird setup that they have now. It's nowhere near as smart as the first film or the first season. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it changes as it goes, but it's definitely a step down in terms of writing quality.
Scathing.
Sorry, yeah, maybe it's going to pick up. I don't know. Ian so forth, gifting 10 critical thinker membership, so thank you very much, sir. Michael Rocky says, hail to the panel, my first super chat ever. Thank you all for the amazing content. I raise a glass to you, Drinker, Waller, and to. Thank you very much, man. And
I should agree to just raising a glass back. It actually works.
Look at him go.
No, that's quick.
No, I
Yeah,
can't. It's tragic.
I will raise a glass to Mr. Brown as well. Sorry, it wasn't included in that message.
Cheers. Helpful.
M8566 says, I had a dream a while back that Mahler had a big meet up for his birthday. He only took his mask off to eat.
Didn't look like a straw
What
system.
about drinking?
That's just plugged directly in.
You do have a whole, like, so maybe you can store alcohol.
A reverse catheter.
Yeah. He also says, oh sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Victor. Oh, no. I was going to say, in Avatar 2, there's a kid who has a mask and he runs around with that Navi, and I was watching it and thinking, how does he eat? Because if he takes his mask off, he suffocates. But he spends lots of time with the Navi.
It is
You've
correct,
got-
although
you've got-
it's often the biggest problem with that film, but you
Yeah.
are right.
I think you've got a few seconds as well, like once you take the mask off, you're going to die instantly, you can get a few bites down and then choke a little
Yeah,
bit. and then
maybe,
forget about it.
yeah.
An existence of endless torment and agony, I think, is what he lives. He also says Gerwig and Robbie getting snubbed at the Oscars is appalling and sexist. Clearly, the Academy needs to introduce more diversity quotas. I agree 100%.
Bigots.
What's the problem for Women Talking? Women Talking, 100% white, got 220 nominations across many. It actually won, it beat Top Gun Maverick for adapted screenplay. 100% white.
But it was 100% female as well, so.
Does that count?
You get auto do it. It's like semi-diverse. Like, you know,
They're not very
ideally
high
you
on
want-
the list, but they are on the
Yeah,
list.
ideally you want black women, but like if you can get white women, it's like it's okay, I guess. It's like it's
So terrible.
Yeah. Mr. Lucas says, "Hey Muller, what's your criticism again?"
Oh, for Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, that she deserved a hell of a lot more respect than barely any scenes, barely any dialogue, and then getting killed off. She also is like idiotic with her approach to fight with Mr. AI Boss Man, and then she gets sidelined for a new heroine for some reason. I don't know why they've done that, other than the fact that they didn't have Rebecca Ferguson for long. I assume because she was doing Dune or Silo or whatever.
Is it because she was pregnant? Well,
Maybe that too. But in any case, obviously the story suffered greatly for it.
I wonder, is it a combination of like her being pregnant and they were under like a lot of COVID lockdown restrictions while they were filming this? Or is it just like we can't really get her into this movie and we can go away?
Like I said, I thought maybe it was Dune that got in the way.
In my opinion,
Because if you're going to pick one or the other, I guess you pick right.
yeah. So when it comes to Dune 2, really, isn't it? Like,
It's funny, I said all this to Az, he was like, she's not dead, she's coming back. She's coming back. I was like, alright.
it's not the Fast and the Furious. Normie says, does anyone really think that Rings of Power gets 5 seasons? I honestly don't know a soul who watches it. Also, the Barbie controversy goes to show that no matter what you do or give to certain people, it's never going to be enough. I mean, that's definitely true, yeah.
Chateau said we will get 5 seasons because it's cheaper to make it than to buy everybody out.
It's also a contractual obligation to produce a certain amount on a time schedule. Whether or not, well, it depends, because if it gets to the point where absolutely no one is watching it and each season is going to cost hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, it might get to the point where it's cheaper to forego the rest of whatever the contractual obligation is. I would be surprised if we got all 5. I kind of hope we do, just because it gives me content, but that's the only reason I'm happy.
£3 no ads will become £6 no ads.
That'd be so bizarre, won't it though? I mean, let's say season 2 comes out and it's as bad as Drinker and Platoon expect it to be. And I expect it to be bad, maybe just not quite as pessimistic as you. But then no one watches it and it's a big deal and the last third of the audience drops off. But they have to keep making these seasons of television for no one. It'd be bizarre. Like for this you keep having to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a show that no one is watching.
Yeah, but you're assuming that like every season is going to be like 8 or 10 episodes. It might just be 2.
No, yeah, I suppose that's true.
Cut down the cost, you know.
What did Jeff Bezos' son say to him
The launch announcement when Jeff Bezos was actually trading the whole thing. He said, my son's a really big fan of Tolkien. He's basically a Tolkien scholar, and he turned to me and he said, Dad, don't fuck this up. And then Jeff Bezos went and fucked it up. So
hold my beer, son. Yeah. Robo96 says the trailer for the Roadhouse remake kicks ass. Does exactly what it says on the tin, which is refreshing.
Mr. Brian, you thought?
Did you see the tweet, the article today? Doug Lyman said it was promised it was going to be a theatrical release, and Amazon have gone, so it's going to be refused to promote it. That's the director.
Oh, I saw it. He's boycotting the premiere, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a downgrade, really, going from theatrical to like streaming. And well, you've got Jake Gyllenhaal on board as well. It's a pretty big star.
Did they need to make it the first one?
No.
What a pointless question.
Such a guilty pleasure. It's great.
It's because the thing is, like, it was unashamedly just like a big ballsy 80s
cheesy
action thriller. Yeah, cheesy, like over the top and silly.
Yeah.
And like you could enjoy it on that basis. This one is trying to be self-aware and it's trying to be fun, and it like pokes fun at itself, and that's the road you want to go down. This, yeah, man, it seems like an unnecessary remake. It doesn't deconstruct the main character for what it is, but
somebody said Irish steakhouse.
I love the fact that the Roadhouse is now owned by a strong empowered black woman, because of course it is. Yeah, it's what you'd expect, but I don't know, man. The trailer didn't look horrible. It's just a fairly generic
shit house.
We will see, I suppose. Kaylee Fall says, ISS is a nerve-wracking movie, but I loved it. What's ISS?
It's a space station, international space station. I think it's kind of is it a horror film? Horror sci-fi?
But is that what they're going for with this?
Yeah, I think ISS is International Space Station. I think it is.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Because I was thinking about that horror movie, Life. It's called normally. Except for the ISS got Ryan Reynolds in it. What do you think?
Essentially, it's the same thing.
It was just stupid. It was a stupid horror movie. Dan Ronan says, Hail Jets, any of you see the trailer for the Shogun remake? Love the old miniseries and currently reading the book. What do you think? Anyone seen the Shogun trailer? Nope. Alright. Sorry, man. Master Puppet says, Hello, was there a female superhero the panel would have liked to have seen on the big screen? Assuming she was well written and acted, of course. Yeah. I feel like we've had all of them. Everyone.
Sorry, were they asking specifically a girl or a guy or any?
No, a female superhero that's like from the comics that we either haven't seen on screen or they haven't done her justice. I mean, it might be nice to see a really amazing adaptation of Captain Marvel that was actually good.
She-Hulk, right? Like everyone told me that the She-Hulk in the comics is way fucking better than like the way they described her. I was like, yeah, she sounds like fun. So that one, not the one they gave us.
And he also said, what was this? Drinker, what views on your movie? Yeah, so, as I was saying there, we are pretty much done with it. We'll have a trailer out pretty soon, and I've been sharing little behind the scenes pictures and stuff on my Patreon. I've shared some of my behind the scenes footage that I recorded when I was on set, and various other things, so go check that out. But yeah, we're going to try and show it at theatre. We'll probably do like some premieres or some evenings with, and it's like either here or States where, we'll show the Whalen Pacifics says, and this is the ultimate question for all of us: Asperger's or math debate? Which would you have to pick?
Why you just fail the math?
I mean, can you fail at that? Really? When you're math debating? I suppose potentially you could fail and just don't achieve your objective.
I'll just say 5, no matter what.
Yeah.
I might even be right at some point.
Okay. TGB Monster says pretty sure Disney's going to have to resort to Blockbuster's way of taking $100 million and making $101 million movies. And to be fair, it works. Yeah, I mean, if I had to choose it, it's probably what I would do. Some of them are going to succeed, inevitably. And maybe
Originality really isn't in Disney's business model, though.
No. No, that's why you have studios like Blumhouse, I guess, who just are willing to experiment a little bit with stuff like this. I don't know, take risks, because they don't invest a huge amount into each individual movie, but inevitably some of them are going to be good. Taker610 says, Drinker, if you had to summon some of your ancestors to help in a fight, would they be useful, or would they just show up belligerent and drunk? Fuck off, I'm busy. Yeah, probably belligerent and drunk, but they would try and fight as well, but they wouldn't be very good, so...
Would they inhabit the body of, like, an 80-year-old relative to take out the bad guys?
I think so, yeah, and I would do, like, a pose where, like, me and all my ancestors are just lined up with each other, and we'd all be wearing kilts, and, like,
Drinker, speaking of poses, you should show your attire off again. The peeps in the chat are wanting to see your attire.
Do you want to see it?
Yeah, go on.
Hold on, while we're on the topic of tobacco, I have a question for little
right, there's my I can't go any further back because I'm tethered to my headphones. There you go. Yeah.
Wow.
I wanted to briefly ask a little thing. Have you seen any, like, do you think Echo is the worst thing Marvel have done? Have you seen it?
Yeah, no, I've seen it. Somehow I'm still doing a video on it because I started the script and the sunk cost fallacy hasn't really sunk in, so I'm still doing it. But it'll come out eventually. But, it's far from the worst thing they've done. It's just nothing happens. It's boring, it's tedious. We don't understand anything about the character going into it. We know virtually nothing about it coming out. And it's supposed to be the spotlight.
Kratos, Maddie.
Character-led story. We don't have anything standard except that we do. And it's not grounded or character by the end. You have subject matters that just come in and just need to match the colours, which is shit. It's far from the worst thing they've done. It's shit. That's a secret invasion of She-Hulk. She-Hulk is comically bad in ways. It's so ridiculous.
Angry Batman says, Hail, everyone should watch Primal. It has more character development in 10 minutes than most Marvel movies. No dialogue, a caveman, a T-Rex, brutal fights, and Tom's Berry and Pony now. Wait, what? Primal, yes, apparently it's good.
The chat are asking what's your tattoo?
This is not related to like mirroring, but this is the McGregor hunting target. So yeah, it was pretty much like what I picked out when I was but like yeah, this is like when I went and got it, it was like from a sort of rental store, and they had like ones that you could rent, ones that you could buy. Like when you don't have a clan tartan of your own, you just have to kind of pick one out, and I picked this because it looked nice. So that was it. Nothing too specific with it. Alcatraz says, "Morning, gents. Panel, a Predator movie idea for you. It's set during the Vietnam War. It can go really psychologically scary with it. What are your thoughts?"
I'm in.
Vietnam. Sure.
It would cross over a little bit with the time and setting of the original Predator, I think. I'd quite like to see other divergent Predator films which explore things of history that we haven't had in Predator yet, like Predator versus Predator. Not counting that one bit in that one film where he does like the otherwise. Yeah, there are plenty of like Predator versus Vikings. Drunk belligerent people who are also good fighters. That would be fun.
Yeah,
Laddie, lay down. No, go lay down.
Center versus Virus Legions. We discovered that it wasn't the Germans that destroyed Virus Legions.
I think you could do something interesting like Predator in World War I, where you got like a squad that gets like separated from their troops in trench warfare and they get hunted by a predator. You know, like with the poison gas and the fog and the smoke. Like I think you could do something kind of interesting there.
Like Stalingrad, you have Predator versus Communists. Oh,
I know.
I'd be rooting for the predator there. Kill them all! Anyway, Shan Wikra Singh says, to answer your last order's question about how old water is, I saw a Vsauce video which said 30 to 50% of the water is older than our sun, and the sun is 4.5 billion years old. Yeah, Mulwer and I theorized this. It's like water on our planet essentially goes in a cycle, you know, it evaporates into the sky, it rains by better than us. Is the water that we drink or swim in the ocean, is that the same water that the dinosaurs experienced? So if you have a glass of water, did it one day get pissed out by a T-Rex? And there you are drinking it now, laughing your ass off? Apparently yes.
So we're drinking dinosaur piss.
I think we are, yeah. We should all feel honoured by that. So next time you pour some water out of your tap, just think, a T-Rex probably pissed this out one day. Nice. He also says, sharks are older than trees, grasshoppers are older than grass, and whales are descended from deer. Go home, evolution, you're drunk. I hope all of that's true, actually, that's fantastic. Mr. Lucas says, thoughts on Conor McGregor's acting? Yeah, it's a bit like Tony Bellew in like Creed. You know, you can either have fighters that can act or actors that can not fight. So, yeah, they made their choice here. I don't imagine Conor McGregor's required to do much except just be a big, intimidating guy with a beard.
What was he casting?
Roadhouse.
Oh, right, okay.
So he's like a muscle that's, that's got to be taken down. And like he's very much just there to do the fighting and shout a little bit. So
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't have any lines.
he does have a few, but I imagine it plays to his strength. It's like just a big angry guy with a beard and big muscles who's going to do some fighting. So probably all that they're going to demand.
Just like your assessments, I'm afraid he does have a few lines.
Yeah. Random Stuff says Disney is threatened by indie animation. I recommend The Amazing Digital Circus, free to watch on YouTube and better than any recent Disney shit. There you go. Amazing Digital Circus. Samson the Mighty says, Drinker and Panel, why do I have a feeling that all of this wokeness and agenda pushing is being done by a gay or lesbian version of Palpatine and now has the power to force messages down our throats? I mean, who knows? Gay Palpatine.
Palpatine is quite funny. I like that.
Faber Soul says, Hydrica, what kind of tone and direction should the new DCU have in order to succeed? If you were in charge, which direction would you go? Well,
Stop it.
I would go in the direction of redundancy, but yeah, I'd probably go the more serious route, I guess, because at this point trying to be a cheap carbon copy of Marvel is just going to make you look pathetic. Yeah, I wouldn't go the Zack Snyder route where everyone looks like they're dying of cancer, but at least just try and have something that's a bit more serious and a bit more grounded, if that's even possible with superhero movies. Yeah, try and do your own thing. Try and give it its own unique tone and feel. Yeah, that's the best I can say at this point. Like,
DC was there for the taking. DC was there for the taking. A more adult, grown-up superhero stuff. When we were enjoying all the Marvel stuff, and they just blew it. They just tried to copy Marvel.
They tried to fast forward through development as well. I mean, that was never going to work. And Snyder's vision is very, very limited shelf life. But I think the Gunn versus DCU stuff is probably going to be the last gasp of the superhero thing. If it works, there is a gap in the market theoretically now. Marvel is declining, and if he can capture it, he's got the recognizable characters that Marvel has killed off. It's not impossible, and then maybe you see a second wind, but if it doesn't, I think that's probably it for the superheroes for the foreseeable future.
I'd agree. That was DC's like big struggle was they were just reacting to Marvel all the time. They're like, we're gonna be the serious guys, and then they were like, okay, we need some comedy because that's what Marvel does. We gotta go.
Well, it's like we're going to be the serious ones, and then they realize like, okay, the serious version that we're trying to do isn't working. What can we do now? We're just like, Marvel are making loads of money. Why don't we just copy them? Okay, sure.
Suicide Squad and Justice League both got like hyper injections of comedy, didn't they? When
Yes.
got the additional cast and stuff. Yeah, and then you had Aquaman was just a fucking goofy film to begin with. And Shazam was like wholesome. There was that era where they were like, okay, fine, we'll do the Marvel thing. And then you have the people wanted the Snyder Cut, which is one of the more dour entries again. It's just like, where the fuck are we going? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, they had a whole bunch of things that they threw against the wall, like Wonder Woman, like big hit, like everyone liked that. Tried to follow up with another movie, it was just absolute disaster. Like, nothing they did had any staying power. I suppose there was no reliable course of action that really recommended itself. It was just random things that happened to be successful. Jamaican Bacon says, hey Dricker, in your recent Why Movies Suck video, you highlighted antagonist saturation with something like Agent Smith, but with aliens and Starship Troopers, the threat increased with the enemy count. Compare, please. Okay, I can do that really easily. Agent Smith is a character, whereas like the aliens or the bugs from Starship Troopers are just a force of nature. They're just like a swarm of enemy antagonists. They're not characters. You know, like, none of the characters in Aliens had meaningful interaction with the aliens beyond I want to eat you. So like it doesn't work in the same way.
The villain in Starship Troopers is the regime that controls a large part of Earth or all of Earth. I'm not sure about the lore. And the aliens are the arachnids aren't the villain. They're just kind of a monster stand-in, but really are they the good guys?
I'll have you know, Despot, that's a hot take. Here's a gonna eat you up in a second.
Humans and bad guys.
Yeah.
The only good bug is a dead bug.
I mean, you've heard the theory that it was actually the regime that destroyed Buenos Aires to justify the false flag attack.
Some pretty damaging theories with proof.
I can definitely get behind that theory. But yeah, like that's my justification. Like those things that are cited there, the aliens or the arachnids, they are not characters. They are just like, I don't know what you describe them as. They're just like an enemy force.
Cannon fodder.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, but you added a whole bunch of additional aspects to it. Like Kang, for example, just like he's been pathetic in every instance. If maybe he were threatening in every instance, we could try and make it work better. Agent Smith, it gets weird and Reloaded when you're like, why is Neo fighting like 1,000 of these guys? What does this mean exactly? And it's like, not actually sure. And then like, another random agent shows up, like, what are you doing, Agent Smith? And Agent Smith like, pulls his hand at him and he gets him with the goo, and you're like, what?
I think they recognize
which is interesting as far as it goes. It's just that the Matrix films have failed to account like individuated consciousness via like infinitely repeatable virus mechanics. So the concept was there, the concept was interesting.
Yeah.
But by virtue of making him a character, you have to try and marry, which is very difficult to do, the human evil with the natural evil, and the Matrix films failed to do that. And to go back to the Drinker's point, I think the tripartite distinction between evil types, you have human evil, you have natural evil, and you have preternatural evil, and it's very, very difficult to blur any of those boundaries. But what works with one, natural evil, like the say the Velociraptors in Jurassic Park, or the aliens and aliens, that works in entirely different ways from human evil, which requires consciousness, act, will, motive. And again, that's entirely different from preternatural evil in the form of, say, like a Sauron character, which is just the embodiment of the dark force, and you can't really blur those distinctions.
I think they recognize the problem they created for themselves, because like in the third movie, that's when you get like the Agent Smiths assimilate the Oracle, and that Smith then becomes like the definitive, like Agent that like has to be the one that fights Neo. He's like almost the one that represents the rest of them, because they recognize you need to have your antagonist personified into one physical body that we can either root against or root for, and so like that's how they got around it. Which like the inherent problem of just replicating an enemy, it doesn't make them more threatening, it just dilutes them.
Actually explain why just assimilating Oracle didn't confer the same powers and knowledge on all of them, because the second Matrix film is shared consciousness, so every agent Smith is the agent Smith. So
you know,
the third one,
They didn't agree with that. They literally just were like, we need one to do, you know.
it's like we need one that's more powerful, more prescient than the rest, and like I think they were almost implying she was so unique that some of her traits carried over to the Smith that assimilated her. I guess.
I mean, like, Neo walks past like 1,000 Smiths to fight. It's just like, are any of those Smiths relevant? It's like, no,
no,
it's fine.
not anymore.
Like, it's just
That's there to watch. Next one. Good question. Samson the Mighty says, hey everyone, if you had to choose 3 weapons from movies and games, any movie or any game, which would they be? One weapon for short range, medium, and long range.
I always love the cerebral war from Turok 2. That weapon is so much fun. If you fire it and this little kind of boring ball, boring as in it goes in the head, it flies out of the gun, it flies around a little bit, then it enters the enemy's head and drills in and blows up. It's great.
Anything from Halo, really. I think Halo mostly covered different types of weapons.
What's our goal with these things? Just as collectibles? Like a war?
Sure.
You think it would be particularly useful or effective, or just cool as fuck?
Halo shotgun.
I can suggest a few. So, for short range, I would go for the samurai sword from Highlander, the one that belonged to Ramirez and then got inherited by Connor. For medium range, I'd go for a pulse rifle from Aliens, because that gun is just fantastic. And then for long range,
Oh, the Death Star.
yeah, sure. I like Saber.
That's a pre-Disney fancy.
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose in terms of power post-Disney Death Star, so we get the 6th planet killer.
Yeah, I love the attack system all at once.
Shan for Singh says, one for the little platoon. Have you ever thought of upgrading to a larger company? Go from platoon to company or even regiment, who knows?
Yeah, maybe one day. I'll see. If I think I'm worth promoting, then maybe I will promote myself and then gain more people. But now that the little is
Wheel of 7 says, what has 2 legs and wings? Half a dog. Jamaican Bacon says, I would see you guys in Orlando. Do you accept gifts in your booth? No pressure, of course, but as an act of gratitude for all you do, thanks. I mean, I accept gifts if I can drink them. And of course, the person who gives it to me to drink them as well. So, yeah, be warned. But yeah, come and see me. I'm going to be back in Corn or Orlando next weekend. I'm pretty fast, so look forward to that. RRTN says, still drinking and battle. Congratulations, Mr. Brown, on your first appearance at Open Bar. Chuck Norris never shows death. He always wins fair and square. That's true. Shan Chris Singh says, just testing the Super Chat posted at 6 a.m. Australian East Coast Standard Time. It's the live stream goes to the last orders instead. Well, there you go. Now you know it made it into the live stream. Sharnabox says, are you good? Are you happy seeing live Shoba and Asshole AA Counselor just finished season 1 and I highly recommend it. See a big drinker, wish that the lockman was going also, but wanted to sign by law. Cheers all. Have Louder Mill? Yeah. Louder Mill. Okay. Yeah, never heard of him.
Louder Mill. Recovering alcoholic
I appreciate this movie, and cinematography is fantastic. It's an interesting film. I didn't really feel compelled to rewatch it necessarily.
I've rewatched it a few times for those reasons. It is well made film. It's beautiful to look at. And a lot of thought and attention has gone into it, and there's a lot being set up which will be made up in the second film. So that will be quite interesting. But it's a hard film to love in the way that the inevitable comparisons with Star Wars, right? It's a much harder film to love than Star Wars because it's not quite such a strong character-driven story, and it's much more thematically complex and politically complex as well. It's much more high sci-fi as opposed to Star Wars. So yeah, it's an intriguing proposition more than a real awesome film.
Is Zendaya going to be
That was quite good. Number one, but
She was
Yeah,
quite
we saw
like
it for 2 seconds.
yeah, they
Is she
really
gonna-
kept her toned down as much as possible.
is she going to take over the franchise? Because, you know, she's the female Wonder Woman. She has to.
It's really on my head. I was talking to said, have we got a point in history where we said, man, this movie, if only the sequel is good, then we'll be really happy with that first movie. Was that actually like bore out in any way?
Like, it's not a movie to have a movie. When you look at it structurally, it doesn't function as a movie in terms of the character arc and the dramatic arc. It's literally just a movie. It's very rough.
Yeah, part one covers the first half of the first book, and part two will cover the second half of the first book. I still think it's fair probably to call it a sequel in the sense that it's only events that proceed after the events of the first one. I'm trying to think there's a special, yeah, it's a really big issue. That's, I think like part one.
To give you an example, like Chad, when he was pointed out, like, oh, Infinity War, Lord of the Rings, it's like, no, the Endgame was terrible, Infinity War is still good. It was good on its own. And Lord of the Rings, Two Towers of Two Kings, they go bad, how should it still be fucking amazing? Like, these are applicable. I don't know any time that we've said off the head, this is gonna be a solid one if the sequel nails it. The sequel nails it, we'll give it that good. It's not a first one, it's solid.
It's a difficult one to pin down, dude. And I feel like all of us struggle a little bit to summarize it. It's almost like it's a movie that you recognize as well made, and so you instinctively want it to be really good. And it's not quite there. It's not quite there in terms of like giving you a really compelling protagonist, really accessible story. It's like a doorway into a good story, and you just really want the second film to walk through it. The wall? Yeah.
Is that because, yeah, the major events in the first book happen in where part two, the Judas is going to cover. That's when all of it really does happen, and the fact, yeah, that it's part one, part two of the first book makes it might be improved by the second. I don't know. But I think a large part of that is a function of the thing that it's adapting. Dune as a book is complicated. It's not an easy read to get into. It's not, I will always maintain, a strong character book at all. It's a very, very meta, high-level thing with a huge amount of very deep, very complex world-building, lore, and politics. And that's very hard to put convincingly onto film. If anything, the first part of the Dune film is a pretty sparse adaptation of what's an incredibly rich book. It loses a lot of the thematic elements and a lot of the mythology hasn't yet surfaced itself. That might come a little bit more in the second part, I don't know. But I think that's always going to be the problem with Dune. The thing that makes it unlovable is that it's adapting a story that isn't particularly lovable. It's just very, very interesting.
Is it new?
It's Dune.
I feel like every time I say it, I always have to stop myself. Like, no, don't say it. Just believe me, fucking baffled. They're like 2 and 2. Like, no, 2 and 1's amazing. Like, 2 and 2. There's like Kill Bill. Like, again, I prefer Kill Bill 1 to 2. So, like when Terminator 1 came out, no indication that Terminator 2 was even going to happen. It was not clear. Yeah, it's just stuff. And then it's the same with Alien as well. Like, yeah, like, it does feel like kind of primed and poised just for a sequel that's just going to somehow speed up. It's almost like this will determine whether we perceive the first one as being a good film.
Yeah, there's no major problem. There's nothing you can point to the first one and say, okay, that is a serious problem, they need to get rid of that. There's nothing like that. All the major pieces are in place, and if it does what it needs to do in the second movie, it can be brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's considered a serious problem or not, but I felt like it was lacking likable characters. The main person of this is Oscar Isaac's character, right? Spoilers, but he's very long.
Maybe
I
it
actually,
did. I was just going to say, maybe it did what it needed to do at that stage.
I don't mind that the characters aren't likable because Platoon is right. In the book, the characters aren't likable. They're just politicians, really, and they're vying for power and they're vying for one another, and they have a very restrictive ideology that requires them to think and act in a very specific way, and they're not likable. And the prime purpose were, because he was writing the books, that these characters aren't particularly likable. They're not going to be that relatable to modern readers, but that's kind of the point. That's because they exist in this very aristocratic society that means money and unapproachable. They're not supposed to be likable.
Well, it does make me wonder how people are going to take to Paul and where the story ultimately goes, because it's not a traditional hero's journey by any stretch, and I just wonder how well people are going to process that if the movie actually sticks to that and then they get us to that point.
It was a criticism I actually saw when the film came out. So one of the predictable outlets accused it of being another typical white male sapien trope. You've never worked, you don't
Yeah,
have
in the second book, I think there's parts where Paul Atreides brags that he has killed tens of millions of people, and he brags about the planets that he has sterilized, and I think one of his lines in it is, I have killed even more people than Emperor Hitler. Like, that's the arrogant Emperor.
Yeah, when you talk about jihad in the Dune universe, like this is not like what we have here. Like billions of people die, whole planets will get wiped out. That's a jihad.
Also, I don't dislike everybody in it. I just don't feel a lot. For example, like I like Duncan Idaho. I'm like, there he goes. Look at him. Yeah, he's cool. I actually like Baron Harkonnen as well. I think he's really
got asked, he was
yeah,
really
it's because of Well, I think I'm gonna say it's because of the aesthetic, it's the writing for sure, but like they don't rise to a strong enough level for me. I'm like, there he goes. He's interesting, I guess. And then like I just never know think about it really.
The biggest single problem for me with David Lynch's Dune with Brian Harkonnen, he was just awful. He was absolutely dismal.
He was very overacting. Also, he was really didn't behave close to Harkonnen from the books.
I remember Stellan Skarsgård saying that like fucking filming in that suit and all that shit was insane. Not like loved it. I was just like, please don't not do part two. Please, please, please. Like,
And my worry is Dave Bautista, because his character is going to become very important in book two, or part two of this. And Bautista is not really an actor in the normal sense. He sort of pretends that he is, and I was like, yeah, he's better than most actors, but he's not going to be able to carry a role like this. And I don't know why they cast him in such an important role.
What's the name of his snake place? Babe Ralph, is his name?
Yeah, rather. Yeah, it's not. He's supposed to be very important again by the end, so we'll have to get a very rapid introduction.
Who's playing Babe Ralph?
I don't know actually. I'm not sure.
damn.
Okay, right.
Babe.
Dave Bautista.
The lie that you
That was
really
one of the better parts of the Lynch movie. They got Sting as Babe Ralph.
I think, like, if I was to write it alongside other wrestlers turned actors, like, if I was going to compare it to, like, Hulk Hogan or John Cena or whatever, like, yeah, okay, he's definitely
Oh yes,
right.
Austin Butler. They've got Austin Butler for Babe Ralph, and he played Elvis. He was excellent. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, but yeah, like, I guess you're looking at guys like Stellan Skarsgård, Timothy Chalamet, and who's the guy that plays Dr. Idaho? Jason Momoa. No, Gurney Halleck. Apologies, Josh Brolin. Yeah, like pretty serious heavyweight actors. It's not really gonna measure up to them. You know, it's a bit out of place in a film like this.
But they're like the top tier.
I know, but that's what you kind of expect from a film like this, and like the character that he's playing is important, and so he needs to be played by a top tier actor, and I just feel like Batista's not playing that.
Well, I guess yeah. Well, so this is my
Maybe he can deliver a lot more than I expect from him, so who knows.
I worry about the legacy of doing films if we're at the point of just constantly saying like hopefully part two, you know, hopefully. I don't like the vibes.
I'm not sure, because it's going to be an interesting one. I don't think they will ever have a legacy which people look back on and say, that's one of the definitive moments in science fiction for cinema. In the way that Star Wars absolutely is. It's not going to redefine anything. It's not going to have a huge impact on stories that come after it. I think it would be popular enough probably to get an adaptation for Dune Science as well, so you're probably looking at maybe 3 or 4 films. At the end of which we'll look back and say, yeah, those were really great, and quite interesting. I like that. They're okay. I don't think they're ever going to be something that people look back on and say, wow, that story, those characters, so very, very well.
I'm gonna say like Andrew McCarthy, right? For $2 shot, you're really going to get money. We're talking for like 20-30 minutes. Oh, that's gonna be a tough section, I assume now.
We need to recover from the rings of our conversation. To talk about what we actually enjoy.
Yeah, it's like, okay, there's interesting things to speculate on here, rather than like what degree of shitness do we expect from this episode. That's nice. Like that shows at least we're in a good place. Doo-doo is important. Yeah.
It's one of the things I'm actually looking forward to seeing. I'm looking forward to seeing just with those reservations. And it's kind of interesting, I think, the way that this conversation about the film kind of mirrors any conversation I ever had about films as well. It's that what are you talking about? You're talking about the mechanics of the thing, about how various bits and pieces are being all add together, and the things that are getting lost are story beats, characters, and other things that traditionally and drama. So it's a cerebral way of thinking, and whether or not it even lands points will be entirely determined by anything else that they'll be about.
I just miss good quality sci-fi movies. You know, I haven't seen an arm with them in recent years, and I'd love to see them come back in some capacity. And maybe Silent's going to help me lead that charge. Will you disappointed with the lyrics? Yes. Yeah, that was not my hope, because I didn't go into it really expecting much, but I watched it and thought, this is cool, it's nice to see an original sci-fi property that's a bit different and it's got some new ideas. Not terribly smartly done, and ultimately it was a pretty disappointing movie, but like, it was nice to see that you can make good-looking sci-fi movies with a pretty small budget, relatively speaking. I would like to see more of that, just a bit smarter, please. Better written. Yeah. Three people making four.
That's not what we need part 2, we need part 1 then.
Yeah.
It's specific on this thing.
So you think it was easy to put the phone to that? It's like the part one is so fucking shit. You're not gonna worry about it. What you did, go around.
No, wait for the Snyder film. Just wait for the Snyder film, it's gonna be good when it's 7 hours long.
Yeah. Whereas apparently the full bit of multiple, well, okay, sure. Multiple people. I mean, those are good things, but they're gonna salvage that movie, so. We're actually talking for a lot better around time.
J'espère que tu n'es pas un de ces incompétents à l'esprit limité. Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance. Je vais m'en charger. Nous sommes les seuls à pouvoir contrôler l'équilibre des puissances de ce monde.
it's just, yeah, I don't want
Nous sommes les seuls à pouvoir contrôler l'équilibre des puissances de ce monde.
to speak to each other and actually have something vaguely resembling a personality stakes and interest.
Imagine though, like, this is a
Nous sommes les seuls à pouvoir contrôler l'équilibre des puissances de ce monde.
movie that adhered to this plot, which is literally just a new hope. So, well, depending on where you set it, the Empire need grain, and so they go to some settlement on Tatooine and try to ask for fuck. Give us your grain. Exactly. We've mastered intergalactic space travel, but we can't figure out how to grow crops. Yeah, okay, sure. Fuck that movie. But yeah, I'm gonna finish up on that note actually, because that's the perfect way to end it. Fuck Rebel Moon.
Hey Leo Thomas, welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
With open bar. Gentlemen, my panel, you've been fantastic as always. I appreciate you guys coming on tonight. I thank you for my mods. Like, Mr. Bright, you will do anything to avoid mod duty, even if it includes being on the panel tonight. So
It's an absolute privilege to be here, my friend. Thank you very much.
it's been great to have you on, man. And thank you for all the excellent super chats. We will cover the ones that we've missed on the next catch-up stream. And I can't wait to get out of this fucking kill outfit because it's really hot. I've discovered. Anyway, thank you, and that is all we've got for today. So, go away now.
Bye. Cheers, everybody.
Bye.
Want a light scent that lasts? Try Downy Light. With no heavy perfumes or dyes, it's a long-lasting scent that everyone can enjoy. Even him. Get a light scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes.
Well, hello! 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 It's us, it's me, and it's Nova, and we're here, and I'm still drunk, and actually, I just realised I didn't change my... I'm alright with that, though, and I'm happy to stay a drunk pin for the remainder.
It was funny, I was on FNT and I joined them as long pin and they were like, why you called that? And as I was explaining it, I changed it back and then I think Gary's like, that's a good idea, let's all do it. I was like, oh, okay.
Damn it, Gary, you're stealing my ideas! That's okay. I don't mind. But anyway, well, this is the last orders for Open Bar number 80. We're into the 80s now, so a new decade for us. So, big changes, but as always, we've had a bunch of super chats left over from the other night, so let's see if we can answer them for everybody. First one is from Bandit Red, who said, Drinker, as a dub enjoyer myself, I'm curious to know which version of Attack on Titan you're watching. Is it a sub or a dub? And if you would recommend Mauler. So, this is probably going to make Mauler real mad, so I think you're a bit of a purist when it comes to all of the subtitles. But normally, I tend to go for subtitles, but in this case, it was set to dub by default, like I got it on the box set. And the dub's actually pretty good. So I was happy enough to stick with it, particularly because I can like do other things while I'm listening to it, you know, and I don't have to be constantly like staring at the screen fixedly. So yeah, in this case, Attack on Titan, I think the dub is perfectly fine. I think the voice actors do a really good job, and I am enjoying the show so far. So when I get to the end of season 1, I'll probably do a review of it. Andy Laser 3000 said, Bone Bridger, love. There you go. It was nice to have a Bone Bridger on. Frozen in the 80s says, Hail Drinker, thank you for recommending Blue Eye Samurai. It was fantastic. My question is, were you surprised with the amount of sex and nudity they were allowed to show? Latin empty ladies. I didn't know this was a thing actually in Feudal Japan, that they use some kind of weird dye, I guess, or staining agent to make your teeth go black. If you were a well-to-do lady and you wanted to attract the men, you had to have black teeth.
Oh, that's kind of the opposite nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, they come naturally in Scotland now, so, you know.
That's not impressive to have that.
Yeah, they're not rare anymore.
Black Pearls, I think, which is kind of a cool name. But yeah, they don't have a huge amount of sex. Like there's an occasional bit here and there. There is quite a bit of nudity though, male and female. And I was surprised they put it in, but I suppose when it's equal, fair enough. And yeah, it's just another part of the show, I suppose. It's kind of surprising the first time it happens, but yeah, also quite cool. Yeah, I do recommend. Mindless Meat said, the Thornbridger, Pin, and the assistant Frank, good to see you on Open Bar. Well, it's good to have them on. And King one. I was laughing throughout that entire end scene because all I could think of was on Deadly Ground when Steven Seagal literally beat the hate out of a man. Clayton Payer says, Marvel worked with indigenous people, my wife's family, for Kahori in the What If series, but Disney created a tokenized indigenous character in Echo. There you go. Yeah, I didn't get I don't know about you, Paula. I don't imagine either of us are experts on Native American culture, but I didn't feel a whole lot of authenticity from Echo. No.
I got barely anything from Echo at all. Yeah, it's just. I think I said to bringing Rex, it's like biting into a bread sandwich, but then you look down and there's no bite. You're like, wait, what? It's nothing. You just didn't do anything at all. Wow.
Yeah, I think we likened it to just content for the sake of making content. It really feels like it.
It's a really sad place for it.
It is, and damn, I would be curious to see the original cut of this show because it's meant to be 8 episodes and they cut it down to 5. What gems lay within those 3 extra episodes that we missed out on? Because it's a show where essentially almost nothing happens. You know, there's a lot of Echo riding around on her bike. There's a lot of her wandering around places and looking grumpy. There's a few token fight scenes, and just not a whole lot of plot. And I just feel like there really should have been a lot more going on with Kingpin if they were going to make this work as an antagonist. He just kind of shows up and asks her to join him, and then she says no, and then he gets angry and takes some hostages. It's not a terribly complex story.
Yeah. Really a story.
Sam Wallace Art says, Angry Bald Man beats Ice Cream with a little clown boy. As I like this part. He did, yeah, he got pretty serious with the ice cream vendor.
Yeah. See, the one scene some people think is okay, but I mean, even that one I thought was a little bit silly because it's just like, what kind of ice cream man like belittles a child who can't hear? It's just like, okay, fine.
Just another token evil man. Robert Watson says Daredevil versus Echo was worse than see no evil, hear no evil. I mean, it would be cool to see them work together and just like be completely unable to communicate. Like he can't see her sign language and she can't hear what he says. But yeah, I guess we're not going to get that for a while. Night King 1 says Graham Greene is the grandfather. As the grandfather was good. I'm not entirely convinced he was good. Like, I like Graham Greene as an actor. You know, he was fantastic in Dances with Wolves, but in this, it kind of seemed like he didn't really care. He was just, you know, stick around, I suppose, have fun. Kevin O'Neill. So who's the Mandalorian going to be about? Because it sure as fuck won't be about Mando. Who says that Mando's even going to be the Mandalorian in this one? It could just as easily be Bo-Katan.
I suppose if we're getting the Mando and Grogu movie, I guess they're going to have to move pieces in the way to set up that movie, because, wow, no way, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, Star Wars is saved. Again. The Funny Hatter says, yay, more Mandalorian and Grogu. I definitely didn't want to see a Knights of the Old Republic movie. Definitely didn't want that. So, I know, I mean, who would, you know? You just milk these played out characters for even more money. Missy Moore says, saw your One Life review. He was my neighbour. His house in the film is next to mine. Holy shit. I probably had, one problem that I had with the film was I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't go with that. That sounds more neatly fitting into like the Hollywood mold, I suppose, or at least a dramatic mold, where she discovers the folder that he kept, and asks him like, what's all this about, and that's what's triggers the whole storyline. Fair enough. A. Marcellus says, if you gents are interested, I would recommend the Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 1 animated movie. It came out a few days ago. The animation could be better, but it was enjoyable and better than recent live-action superhero stories. I've heard some people talking about this. Don't tend to watch like the DC animated stuff, because I kind of imagine it's for children more, but it'd be nice to think that they produced something good recently, so hey.
Yeah, you get recommendations for them a lot with different eras. I've seen some here and there, but I still need to see a lot more of the animated movies.
Piotr Wozniak says, hello, screw Echo, I've been here for the past 80 years and I don't think anybody asked this. Can the drinker say purple burglar alarm? Cheers. I mean, apparently I can say it. Is it kryptonite for Scottish people or something? We just can't pronounce it. I was going to ask as well, how did you feel about one of the main antagonists being Welsh in Echo?
I didn't even notice. Is that true?
Did you not?
No.
Yeah, the henchman dude who's like got a bazooka at the end and he gets shot.
Oh, he was Welsh? Damn, I was
Welsh, yeah. He describes the place as lush. I mean, come on, Muller, what more proof do you need?
I could have sworn Lush made it out of just Wales, but that's fair. Well, there's an answer to this, and that is that we did recording coverage for Echo. I'm currently editing it, and the easiest way sometimes it is to avoid copyright is to keep it on very low. And so I figured I'd be fine with this show because, a lot of it is they're not even necessarily having to speak anyway because they sign everything. So I was like, I'll just have subtitles up and I can consume the entire show without having to worry about the music or anything else crossing over, so everyone can see the full context of everything that we say. But looks like I missed out on the accent because of that. Damn.
Well, there you go. I mean, you could have had a moment of kinship with that guy right there.
I think I did mention that he was one of my favorites just because of the fact that he wanted to blow everything up.
I mean, one sympathizes after watching the show, I suppose. Twin Nightmare says, do you guys think Marvel will ever create a show as good as Netflix's Dark? Cheers, gents. I've heard mixed things about this. Some people rave about it, others are like, nah.
I've explained to people before, I watched the first 2 seasons and eventually I lost the plot. I couldn't keep up with the show. It got way too complicated for me. It wasn't a thing where I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. It was a thing of, wait, I don't know what's going on. Because I can't even track whether or not it's making sense because it gets complicated, that show.
Right, okay.
Very heavy, very filled with all kinds of time travel that you need to be able to, well, not even time. Yeah, it is time travel. Fuck, see, I'm already my brain's washing out. It's, you have multiple timelines and things move around characters at 3 different ages. And I think the more the show goes on, the more timelines you get because there's, I think the basic premise is that there's a cave that you walk through it and it takes you to 30 years before or after where you currently are. And with that in mind, you have to juggle a lot. And yeah, I think if I was to watch it a second time, I might be able to do it better. But I haven't got really any criticism for the show. I just tell people going in make sure you pay attention.
Okay. That disqualifies me then with my laughably short attention span. Sunny Close says, who are the panel's favourite movie scumbags? I'm disqualifying any ones that are played by James Wood. Okay, so movie scumbags, either villains or just sleazy assholes, I suppose.
Anyone come to mind straight away for you?
Well, I was just thinking there about Biff from Back to the Future. I just, apart from when you get that alternate future where it's nice Biff, I just love how in every time zone and every reality, he's just a complete asshole to everyone around him, especially when you get his grandson in the future, Griff, who's just absolutely insane. He's good fun. He just, treats everyone like shit. And I think the actor, like Thomas F. Wilson, that plays him is fantastic. I don't know if you got any.
The guy from Ghostbusters, if he counts, so I guess
Peck.
and everything. Yeah,
So Peck.
that kind of, he's like perfect at being the guy who's getting in the fucking way, so easy to hate, sort of thing.
I suppose like the actor, you mentioned there, he also plays like Dick Thornburg from Die Hard. I just thought there, like in 2 movies, he almost gets everyone fucking killed just by like his desperation to get a scoop. It's like, okay, it could be their commentary on like journalists and stuff just being like morally reprehensible assholes, but he plays it really well. So yeah, he'd probably be one to.
You know, a sleeper hit for this category would be Berg from Aliens.
Oh, yeah, that choice.
Absolute piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, he just, he offered to cut Ripley in, and she said no.
I even like the way they kind of tell him as our only friend at the beginning of the film, if you know what I mean. It's like,
He's the only one that's advocating for her.
Yeah. And when she and as things start to unravel, he's like, oh, no, yeah, it's so weird and crazy. But by the end of the film, it's the Marines that we really like, and we fucking hate him.
Yeah. I like how he even hexed his brother to kill him. Yeah. Like, he's like, alright, we waste him. No offense, man. It's like, damn, it must be bad.
Dude, I remember when you find out that he's the one that released the alien on him, not just because they were, sabotaging everything he's trying to do, but also to try and incubate an alien to travel. I was just like, oh, fucking hell. You should kill him.
Well, yeah. Because it's Ripley surmised they would have to, like, he would sabotage all of their cryo tubes as well, so everyone died for him, and Ripley knew. And what a risk he was taking there. So it's like, he has to get the facehuggers out, impregnate Ripley and Newt, and then get them aboard the Sulaco, get them into the cryo tubes before they hatch, and before anyone discovers that they've been infected, and also kill all the Marines. Like, damn, dude's taking on a lot with that plan.
I think because they did have a time scale, right, in terms of when they were hoping to get rescued, so incubation takes, I want to say in the Alien universe, like, is it like 2 days, a day? I can't remember.
Well, going by the first movie, it's probably a day or 2, yeah.
Because he's out for like a decent chunk of time. I can't remember the exact timeline, and I can't remember if it's consistent either. They might go with the whole like it's changed for everybody, different people, different timelines. But yeah, I think he worked it out as being like if we get rescued, we'll end up in cryo, and that'll freeze the development of it, and then he can get out in whatever way he was planning to and kill everybody else. And I'm sure Wayland Yutani would have rewarded him heavily for that.
Yeah. We need like an Aliens What If series, What if Brooks' plan had actually succeeded?
You see it when they were announcing like, oh, Marvel What If, not Marvel What If, Star Wars What If, it was like, oh, fuck off. Like,
see, there's potentially fascinating stories there, like, what if Anakin had actually defeated Obi-Wan on Mustafar and taken over the Empire? Like, okay, that's pretty cool.
But handled by Disney is like, yeah, that's something fun.
Oh, it's literally going to be like, what if Rey was even more awesome than she was in the movies? Night King one says, recommendation, Deep Cover from 1992. Okay, thanks for the recommendation. Sandra Brandt says, is Disney just a victim of the horrendous ESG rules that big finance demands? So they are just going along to secure money, destroying entertainment. I mean, I've heard this argument before, and, there certainly seems to be merit to it if you're a big studio and you need to take out loans in order to cover your production costs before you can make the money back. But if what you're doing is literally just producing flop after flop, then surely it doesn't even matter how much money you're able to borrow because you're never going to be able to pay it back because you keep losing even more. Unless they have the most forgiving loan terms imaginable, ultimately they're just digging themselves even deeper with this stuff. So I feel that way. I kind of err on the side of just incompetence, really. Marine V Lad says, on the subject of Star Wars, do you have a favorite Star Wars game? I absolutely don't, because I basically don't play any Star Wars games. Oliver probably knows more than I do.
OG Star Wars Battlefront 2 is the one I think I spent the most time on. I adore just playing the Galaxy. I love what does CIS stand for again? It's I'm guessing S is system, I is independent. The conglomeration of independent systems, I think it is.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. A collective. I don't know, but they are always my guys. I'm like, I wish we had more story for the separatists. You know, just understand it a bit better.
What was their actual objectives? Did they have a valid reason for believing this? Yeah, pretty good.
Probably did, you know.
Because, well, yeah, and this is the kind of thing that George Lucas just really let us down on. There was so much of this stuff that played into the plot of the Clone Wars, but it's just like we didn't get enough of it. There's just
That's the thing. I mean,
scenes with Anakin.
a couple people have pointed out, but Phantom Menace, Clone Wars, and Revenge of the Sith probably should have all taken place in the Clone Wars, as in Attack of the Clones, the first film, and then we get a huge during the Clone Wars film that talks about Grievous and Dooku.
Yeah.
It just seems like the way to do it. And the third one can stay the same.
Because it really, like, on a character level, all we really need is for Qui-Gon Jinn to get killed and Obi-Wan to have to take over Anakin's training.
Which you could do when Anakin's older, but you could also just incorporate that at the beginning of the Clone Wars, and then the Clone Wars can go on for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we needed an entire movie of like young Anakin.
Well, Phantom Menace is a bit of a goofy. It's a bit.
First, I'm going to describe the disappointment I felt in that cinema when I went to see it. Because I genuinely thought, like, this is it. It's my generation of Star Wars. And got to the end of the movie, I just thought, what was that? And
Which
really
is
just
funny
it
because
never got going.
I was a young one, so I was just like, woo, Star Wars is fun. And it's like,
Lightsabers go.
I think from what I remember, it would be like, oh, what do you like about Phantom Menace? Like, oh, you know, Humble by the big space battle, yeah, the pod racing. It's like, any character stuff? It's like, no, not really. Mainly just action stuff.
Weaponized autism said recently saw the scene in Toy Story 3 where the toys accept their fate in the incinerator, and it's when Pixar wasn't afraid to expose its audience to dark ideas. Well, yeah, it was good to see.
It's a rough scene now, yeah.
Yeah, like,
Toy Story movie, they're all like, we're dead.
well, I mean, this is the fascinating thing about the Toy Story movies. Like, as you know, as other people have pointed out, like on the surface, it's just these goofy adventure movies about toys that come to life. Like, it's fun. But yeah, beneath the surface, obviously, it's this real melancholy, sort of poignant journey of loss and moving on in life and losing people, having to say goodbye. It's good stuff. Pixar at their best. No idea why they
Yeah, I felt like they've gone well far enough.
yeah. They really want you to be.
I was lame as fuck.
Yeah. And to see Woody get sidelined in his own movies, or theoretically his own movies, you know, it's right on brand, obviously.
A movie long ago. At the end, we have.
Gonna be Thor along the way.
Yeah.
Lord Foxing says, Northern English.
Gonna make
Huge
Thor
fan,
and
love the
Lois.
suit. Going to a funeral? Can I come? Cheers on Reacher Season 2. I still didn't know Season 2. I've heard slightly mixed things about it. Some people say it's awesome, some people are like, yeah, it's not patched on Season 1, so be interested to watch it. Marvin Martin says, Disney doesn't care about dollars, it seems. What do you think is the House of Cards scheme agenda going on behind the scenes in Disney and Hollywood? I mean, it's pure speculation from us. Like, we don't know. All we can do is like review the stuff that they actually produce on its own merits, or
We
lack
got-
thereof.
We got access to some tidbits, but we never know
exactly why everything is happening the way that it is, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah, Rick's absolutely right. It's so much you can tell from just the things they put out.
It's a fascinating study. Like, this is why, we've talked so much about things like the MCU, about Star Wars, because the destruction of a previously successful brand is not an easy thing to do. It's almost difficult to destroy something with as much popularity as the MCU, and they pretty much accomplished it. And so to see that play out, it's quite interesting to delve into how it was done and what all elements at play were that caused this to happen. Because, yeah, man, either from a creative point of view or a pure business point of view, it's fascinating to watch such a high-profile failure.
Yeah.
Night King 1 says, remember in Phase 1 when they got directors with actual styles? They had Jon Favreau for Iron Man and then Joe Johnston for Captain America and Branagh for Thor. Yeah.
We remember that as well.
Yeah. Remember those days. Marine B. Land says, an original Machinima 3D made sci-fi series on YouTube, Odyssey, maybe your Star Wars pure drinker. YouTube search Odyssey Killian Wolfsinger. Alright, cheers. Thanks for the recommendation. J Stoker Supreme says, I'd rather let Jeffrey and his mates run a train on me rather than watch Echo ever again. It's literally already ruined by 2024. Oh, it's only January. There's plenty more terrible stuff to bring your ear.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, wait. We got plenty of that. Come on, give me
Set their brand. What happened to a Spawn comic? I wrote it as a teen. I identified Val Simmons as a white guy. Can't we go back to that instead of representation? I have no idea. I remember Spawn, the movie, I think. Well, I don't know much about the comics. He also says, Gil Pal, with the success of One Piece, can we ever get a true Dragon Ball Z live action? Who would you cast? For me, that should be The Rock. Discuss. So, that's an interesting question, because as someone who knows precisely fuck all about Dragon Ball Z, I'm not technically qualified to answer it.
Well, Chad is in luck, because I happen to know nothing about it either, so... I like that he's like, discuss lads, then he's going to hear and be like,
Sure, sounds fun. Albert Nada Retro says, Kennedy said Star Wars doesn't need men, so I bought a copy of Rogue One and walked away. Don't give a mind for people who hate you. Yeah, I mean, fair play. I don't know. Did you say that? Is that a direct quote?
someone I did, but at this point you have no idea what's going on anymore with the crazy quotes.
Marine B. Last says, would you collab with launch trailers or pitch meetings? I mean, it's like asking a guy in the street, like, so, would you like to meet with Scarlett Johansson? I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, they're kind of a bigger deal than I am, but I don't know what the hell they would even collab with me on. They've got their thing, I suppose, but yeah, big deal for someone. Shaker Silver says Star Wars was not this gold of goose before Disney. It was a 6-movie series with 2 good ones made 35 years ago. The rest being crap. You just do it all.
Whoa, that's some history rewind there about how bad the prequels are. They make shit tons of money, and people love them, and they cause like a cultural explosion in Star Wars. And the sequels are evidence of how much money Star Wars could make, because imagine if they were good.
Imagine that, yeah.
And you could say like, well, yeah, imagine if the prequels are good. It's like, exactly. Imagine if the prequels are really, really good. Imagine how much
year at least before they actually release. So why? So it's going to be 6 years since the last actual Star Wars film. Now, like, do you think creatively and culturally there'll be almost like a separation of this new batch of movies from the Disney sequel movies? Or will it just all want to do with the Watcher? Or yeah, do you think people will say like, well, this is like almost like a new beginning for Star Wars? Regardless of how good it actually is, it's almost just like it's a whole different like era of Star Wars almost.
What's kind of weird is I think if I asked my mum and dad like, what's the last Star Wars thing that came out, I'm not even sure they'd be able to reference Rise of Skywalker. I think they would just be like, I have no fucking clue anymore. I don't know what's going on over there. And then if I asked my sister, who's much more covered with me, she'd be like, oh, it's one of the TV shows, I guess. Probably the Bounty Hunter guy, I think. And then if you ask someone like us, we'd be able to tell you specifically, it was like, it was Ahsoka. Or, we're like, so this new movie was, let's say it comes out, it's called, The Rise of Rey or something, Re-Rising, just called Rey, whatever, and we'd be like, this has a less, more of a disconnection from the nastiness that's come so far, the destruction of the IP, it's just like, I don't know, I guess it's a huge combination of those different people, whereas before it felt like everybody was almost unified in understanding what was next for Star Wars, and went to sort of take a look at it, which again feels parallel with the Marvel movies. Like I said, my sister has no fucking clue what Marvel movies can come out anymore. She can't follow it, she's not interested, which I think is representative of the average person too.
Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, I think with Marvel, obviously, because they maintain that constant stream of product, especially in movie like there's always going to be that continuous association. It's all part of that same universe. Whereas, yeah, the big difference with Star Wars is like when you leave a big gap like this, 6 years, potentially more, you start to like forget almost the general audience forgets what came before. It starts to form a new association. It'd be interesting, I guess, to see how it's perceived.
Yeah, like, is there a chance here that Star Wars is not only lost the assumption of, like, let's see what happens next in the world of the OT and the prequels, that now it's like, you don't even think about the OT at all?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It'll eventually get to that point where the people who actually watched it back in the day have either drifted away from the fandom or fucking died of old age. Like, eventually that will happen.
When it comes to, like, box office predictions, a lot of us try to use many sort of examples that exist in similar eras and similar genres and similar type of creatives, but a lot of it I think is a little bit of like, like the finger put it in the air, so it'd be like, I think it's gonna be good, but like all of us seem to believe that the next Star Wars film is going to crash and burn at the box office. It's like, why? I don't know, man, it just feels like they've lost any and all prestige and goodwill that Star Wars had. They killed it all.
Yeah.
And the only reason that it's not more official in that sense is because we haven't seen one released in a while. I'd be as scared as they currently are, probably, to release Star Wars,
Yeah, for sure.
Meanwhile, TFA, that was like a guarantee, whatever you did.
I mean, yeah. It was coming off the back of like, and again, like we look back to simpler times there, like people who were quite disgruntled with the prequels, and wow, there's been a lot of reevaluation there. But yeah, this movie that suddenly seemed so energetic and pacey and like lively and like making all these references to the originals, like it was the safest possible choice.
Something that really helped the prequels out was that it was a badly done, story. Like, there's a story that is, it's about ancient wild. What the fuck was Echo about? Nobody knows. And then the sequels were completely disconnected from each other. There was no consistent story. Ryan Johnson has said, like, he likes to have films that have endings. TFA has nothing but a beginning. So you're assuming that this is the worst combo ever. The film has absolutely no substance. It's waiting for its sequel, and then a film that doesn't want anyone to carry on from it. And then the third one, what even was that?
That was just a desperate repair job, or attempted repair job.
So yeah, because like we talk about, so how do you fix the sequels? Like, fucking restart them. But the prequels, I can sit here all day talking about how to use the prequels to make them awesome.
Nous sommes les seuls à pouvoir contrôler l'équilibre des puissances de ce monde.
Albert Natter Retro says, I hate Gal Gadot and I hate her Wonder Woman. That's a bold statement. statement. Like, hey,
Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance.
It's like, I could recognize that she is not an especially talented actress, but also still like her because she's quite nice.
Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance.
The last one before, like, it's gone completely radio silent.
Oh, that was the one where it was weird.
It wasn't me.
Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance.
No, he was saying some stuff that was like, dude, you're gonna get in trouble for this. I don't think he gave a shit. 'Cause it's
Accepte ta défaite.
one of the
Tu as
things that
perdu
I
d'avance.
thought it was Galgadot had said to him
J'espère que tu n'es pas un de ces incompétents à l'esprit limité.
that despite the fact that he had at the time been the director of the highest grossing superhero movie of all time,
Accepte ta défaite.
no idea how to
Tu as
make it.
perdu d'avance.
Which is funny on its own, and then it gets even funnier when you find out that she said that he threatened to make her life like a living hell in
Je vais m'en charger.
that her career would be threatened. That his response when hearing that that's apparently something he said was that, yeah, English isn't her first language.
Oh yeah.
It's just like, what the fuck, brilliant.
Like you say, that's the guy who had no fucks left.
No, he knew he was out.
Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance.
Giant says Bone Bridger. Yes, that is indeed who we had on. Jay Fraser says Gail James. What were when is Stargrid live?
Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance.
Next time was product is either Acolyte or Skeleton. Yeah, well you should ask that. It's, from the point of view of people watching this, it'll probably have happened already because I won't be able to get this uploaded until after we turn our stream. But literally directly after we record this, we're going to go and stream with Star Wars Theory. So yay! Yay! So we're all going to Stargrid together.
Accepte ta défaite. Tu as perdu d'avance.
Speaking of Kennedy, did you see the Gizmodo article about her work? You did? No. No. I'll need to look that up. A little bit more time. I will indeed review it. Nike One says the OG Echo in the comics was good. Yeah, I mean, she had the ability to mimic any movement, any attack that anyone else did. She was like Taskmaster, basically. Not exactly an original skill, but
Much more appropriate way of using the name that I've been echoed by ancestors or something like a
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
they really had to reach for that one. Hells says women prefer Grogu over KK self-insert characters. I mean, would anyone? Because at least he's cute. Like,
I mean, like as the approach wanting to fit all Grogu's.
yeah. Juan Wick says in space no one can hear you. Oh, that's true. 427 Artbox says respectfully disagree. Drink what? I don't think you can make a Godzilla fights other monsters movie as truly great as -1. I think you can make one good enough not to take its legacy or maybe even expand it. I don't know, man. It just devolves into a gimmick at that point. It's like, what new monster can we match Godzilla up against next? And, you know, it feels so out of step with the essence of what Godzilla represents. Like, especially when you look at the original movie back in the 50s. It was obviously all about the specter of the atomic bombings on Japan, the loss of World War II against the Americans, and it was the country's way of reconciling that. Like, it doesn't take much, imagination to see the symbolism at play there. And once you lose that, it just becomes like big giant lizard stomps on stuff. It loses the essence of what made it so compelling, I think, in the first place. And you're going to lose that with Godzilla -2 or whatever the hell they end up making.
I'm even in the camp as well. Like, if you're gonna do the monster, the wacky schlock film, you at least do it better than they keep doing it, which is just absolutely fucking terrible. I'm almost like, can you get Michael Bay to do it? He can at least give us some funny lines and action that's got like a lot of practical shit in it, instead of like the CG messes and, it's crazy because you'd be like, well, what kind of human stuff you expect when it's just gonna be big monsters splashing as soon as like, I don't know, something just vaguely competent. Like we have a character who works in the military who's cowardly and then by the end of the film dies saving someone, just literally that simple. Would we ever pull something like that off? Would we have to have like insane plot lines that will just scratch my head over trying to figure out what's going on?
Well, again, as well, like, to say that we have giant monsters, okay, that's fair enough, but they have to actually feel like they're giant. Whereas, like, you've got this just crappy, weightless quality to them, like setup, big TV, sound system, pictures, etc. affects how you experience a film TV show. I mean, not really at all. Like, fucking hell, if you have a fucking TV with a screen on it that's capable of making images, you can enjoy the film. Like, yeah, okay, like, a bigger screen, I don't know, means you're able to pretend a bit more like you're in a cinema, but like, I don't really, I'm not a total, like, audiophile where I need to have like some amazing soundbar, 8 points surround sound for an hour. You know, like the biggest flat screen TV I can get, like it's just not that big of an issue for me. Like, the more important aspect of this movie is the writing aspects of it, is the characters, it's what the story that's being told, not how it looks necessarily. So yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Cannon Folderall says, Drooker and Waller, love the Star Trek rewatch video. Please do Star Trek 4, please do Star Trek 4, and so on and so forth. Too bad you still have to discuss the future plans. Well, we are going to do 4, so yeah, do the one with the wings. Warcraft says, the Star Wars director is always irrelevant to Star Wars writing. I think it's perfectly fair to be sexist and uncomfortable. The problem is more what is sexist. High ranks, oops, move lower. Yeah, I mean, we said as much. Obviously, we tried to bring you some more. Look into a bit more. Recorded like 10 years ago. So, I mean, that's why I wouldn't necessarily hold that against her in this case. Why are you choosing like a documentary activist filmmaker as the person to direct the Nostalgia for Days says, go get something nice at the flea market. Thanks, I'm trying. And Dabs, JED says, do you think they'll ever consider this? Not in a million fucking years when they do something like that. But it would actually be like, if you're talking about gimmicks to like generate a little bit of interest, like a lot of people would probably like to see Marvel get destroyed. So it's the most normal level I think at this point. If we were like, alright, what about the villain we got? Doctor Doom, Galactus, whoever. We're probably gonna open with them Annihilate, Doctor, Captain Marvel. Like it would have to be that. I think that if someone said like, we'll not kill it, right? Are we allowed to? I mean, if it's on the table. Juicy Wales says Anthony Hopkins in The Edge. Yeah, I have watched several times, I think. It's not him, well done, yeah. And it's quite a decent movie. Nice little survivor film. Tommy O says, what are your thoughts on -1 prequel, the creepy little agile Godzilla from the beginning terrorizing villages at night? I mean, if you can get some good characters in it, you can probably do something with that. I guess the appeal of Godzilla is the fact that he is so fucking massive and, you know, it makes for a good spectacle, but you could have a smaller, more like intimate story about that. But then it's a prequel, you obviously know they're not going to kill it. Anthony Lesego says Lucy and Transcendence came out in December 2014 and both bombed. Yeah, I think they were eventually celebrated, or were they? Same ideas. So is Lucy the Scarlett Johansson one?
They're not the same ideas. I've seen both of those. So Lucy is when like Morgan Freeman, the scientist, unlocks the ability for you to use more than. Was it? They do the meme of like we only use 10% of our brains. If we used 100, we'd be super people, and that's what she does. Transcendence is a man who's like unlocked the technology to transfer our consciousness digitally is poisoned because an assassin tries to kill him type thing. And then he's the first to engage in this project. And he gradually starts to take control of like lots of systems and make the world a better place, quote unquote, I think, and then they have to decide whether or not they're going to shut him down.
Was it Johnny Depp that was in Transcendence?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Lucy I thought was kind of absurd, and yeah, it just became ridiculous at some point.
I think Lucy's like an acronym for the technology or something. I could be mixing them up. I think I'm on point with those two because like I remember seeing them both and not liking them both.
G Puppet, he says, Anthony Hopkins was in Titus, a nice adaptation of the play by Julie Taymor. Taymor did The Tempest with Helen Mirren, and to tie this in with sci-fi, Forbidden Planet was adapted from The Tempest. Well, there you go. Nice little circle there. Dean Domino said, I know it's been said before, but I'll say it as well. Muller watched The Wire. Great series, interesting characters, and has a go-to example of show don't tell. McNulty and Bunk looking at a murder scene.
Joe, me and Free have agreed to watch The Wire and Sopranos together. Every time we're like about to sort of start it, we're like, oh, but we need to watch this other film, or the TV show, or this other, and then we're like, are you sure we want to start like a 6-7 season TV show right now? And it's like, we're gonna pull the trigger any second now, I swear.
Brian Burrows says, no drinker, I did not see you playing with your dolls again. I mean, no. Sure, yeah, I'll play with them all the time. What we do says, any thoughts on Reacher Season 2? I'll have some thoughts for you once I've seen it. Nate says, you guys are the highlight of my week. No, thanks. No. Drinker, thanks for recommending One Piece. I'm not an anime fan, but I loved it. Muller, your Ahsoka video was genius. Your video essays are brilliant.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Philip Daly says, would Disney consider casting Jesus as a woman if they made a movie about it, in your opinion? Absolutely. Yeah, I think they could do that. Yeah. Goop says, I watched the bad taste of Echo's fight choreography out with a Jackie Chan movie. Good choice. Rumble in the Bronx. I think it's worth an extra shot or even a happy hour. Man will tear ridiculous fun. I mean, yeah, he's done so many amazing fight scenes in, like, Christ, if you look at his filmography, obviously not counting just the American ones, but like all the Hong Kong stuff he's done, fucking hundreds of movies. He should have died like dozens of times over the amount of injuries he's taken, but he just keeps going, so yeah, it's impressive stuff. Bomber44 says, short and sweet, have any of you seen One Shot with Scott Adkins? One Shot, is he a sniper? Don't think I've seen it. JDB says, hail film tards, what's this I hear about a Lord of the Rings remake incoming? I don't think they're doing that, are they? Could you imagine? I mean, yeah. I would imagine the fan backlash would be large and sustained. Yes. King of the Bluegrass, watched Blue Eye Samurai, big time girl watch show. Never noticed, just thought what a great fucking show. Are you listening, Disney? Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? Pete asks one of the ultimate questions. Could a thought from Superman kill Batman?
Has Batman got prep time?
Nah, his force tend to be quite spontaneous, don't they? So
is he facing him, or is support?
Yeah. I think let's assume it's a weaponized force, so he's facing towards him. It's like, I'm gonna get you with this.
We can assume Batman's got his armor on, but I don't know if that'll be enough.
I think we can probably take him. Yeah.
And it's really it's a great setup for a very powerful, like, emotional scene, I would say.
Oh yeah, I know. I always wondered how Superman shaves.
They show it on the animated version. He uses his laser eyes.
Laser eyes on his own face?
Yeah, he like reflects in like a mirror or something, and he it's off the hairs. It's the only thing powerful enough to do it, I'm sure.
Pretty good. Well, that was the last one. So I want to say thanks to you guys for doing that, for sending all these awesome super chats. It's appreciated as it always is. And Muller and I are going to head off, get ready for our stream with Star Wars Theory. It's going to start pretty soon. So yeah, thank you for that. And that's all we've got for today. So go away now. Bye.
Stop nagging oral care now and get long-lasting oral care relief with Origin. Simple, easy.
It's open bar. All right, for real, I've been watching open bar all morning, bro. And the weird thing about that is that, you know, bro.
I've told many storied personality after anime protagonists. I went into the Oblivion character creator and set the slider all the way to cringe. Leaving high school, I was socially shy and I wanted a big change. So I went through this metamorphosis to be born again as a social butterfly. And I chose to emulate mysterious anime protagonists because I thought it'd help me come out of my shell and people would love it. But honestly, I'm surprised it didn't land me in a cell, padded cell at Arkham Asylum because I was an absolute fucking weirdo. I have no doubt the students around me probably thought I was a potential threat to the campus. But anyway, I saw this clip today from a new college freshman being interviewed, and it's clear to me that he tried to do something similar to what I did, and it was like looking in a mirror.
For the month of February, we have our new poet spotlight. And for this month, we've chosen a new student who calls himself Claimer. His name is almost as much of a mystery as the things he carries around in his pocket. From his Shakespearean dialogue to his plaid jacket, this kid is probably one of the biggest characters you'll meet on campus.
The way they intro Claimer here sounds like
We have our new poet spotlight.
in a cell, padded cell at Arkham Asylum because I was an absolute fucking weirdo. I have no doubt the students around me probably thought I was a potential threat to the campus. But anyway, I saw this clip today from a new college freshman being interviewed, and it's clear to me that he tried to do something similar to what I did, and it was like looking in a mirror.
For the month of February, we have our new poet spotlight. And for this month, we've chosen a new student who calls himself Claimer. His name is almost as much of a mystery as the things he carries around in his pocket. From his Shakespearean dialogue to his plaid jacket, this kid is probably one of the biggest characters you will meet on campus.
The way they intro Claimer here sounds like some kind of quirky uncle from an old fairy tale. His name is almost as much of a mystery as the things he carries around in his pocket. Also, I'm just going to go ahead and spill the beans here. If you're described as being a character, most of the time it's not a good thing. Being called a character is just a nicer way of being called fucking strange. And not in like an endearing way, but a way where it's difficult to come up with a real compliment. So they're just like, what a character.
Let's get some details from him and some of his friends.
Probably the thing I like the most about Claimer is that he's not afraid to show his unabashed oddities. Things that make Claimer who Claimer is.
When watching his friends be interviewed, I just got the feeling that they were very uncomfortable with it. So I thought perhaps Claimer had kidnapped their family and was threatening them, like, listen, you're going to mention my oddities and how cool they are, or else. It just feels like he's behind it, like he's still pulling the strings.
For instance, his jacket that he wears all the time. I like to call it the coat of many pockets because it has so many pockets, and each one of them is filled with just the randomest crap you can find. Like he has a bag that wraps in a Norwegian flag. something I can imagine Flamer doing.
I can easily explain that actually. He's going for a RAR XD so random approach to living his life. This video is about 10 years old, so it's certainly more popular then. Like, that's half of the shit I used to do in my old gameplay commentary videos, is just combine random shit like tongue of elephant, cum, butthole, wiener. And Flamer has taken that energy and put it into his pocket. I really also feel as though this man is trying to remember lines that Claimer was feeding him. Like he had some kind of bug in his ear and he had Claimer on the horn like, listen, talk about my coat. It's the coat of many pockets, which is a bang. His proficiency in naming things cannot be understated. That shit slaps. He calls it the coat of many pockets because it has so many pockets. It sounds like some kind of treasure out of Harry Potter.
He carries a rubber chicken in his pocket, tarot cards, scrap of metal. I always feel safe walking with him in Uptown.
Why would you feel safe walking around with him? It sounds like he is the danger. He's got a fucking rubber chicken, a metal pocket, tarot cards. This man is ready for a spiritual war to break out at any moment and engage in some kind of paranormal battle. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a JoJo stand with him too. You should not feel safe around him because he could be attacked by assassins at any moment and you might get caught in the crossfire. Also, why exactly would that make you feel safe in any capacity? Let's just say there's a ne'er-do-well that approaches both of you with a knife. He's like, give me all your money in the wallet. And you're with Claimer. How the fuck is Claimer going to protect you with the things he has in his pocket? What, he's going to get out the rubber chicken and start honking it at him and scare him like a dog? Like, what is he supposed to do? Get out his tarot card and be like, wait, I just drew the death card. You're dead now. Like, how would this at all make you feel safe? I guess maybe his metal pocket, if he took out the metal and threw it at the guy, it could hurt. But it's still not enough to keep you safe.
So I'm here with new freshman, Claimer, and you're in the play, right? How's that going?
Well, it's going chillfully thus far. I'm not. It's a little soon to tell, but I'm feeling good about it.
The man, the myth, the legend, we get to hear from the real Claimer in the flesh. The benevolent deity on college campus who's keeping everyone safe with his coat of many pockets. I love the way he starts this. He immediately goes into like an indeed Heimerdinger from League of Legends, and then he's trying to put on a very interesting performance here.
What's your role in the play?
I play Elvis.
Tell us about that character.
It's Elvis Presley, the famous 50s, 60s, and 70s
person. And what more really needs to be said about Elvis Presley? Claimer's playing him and doing him justice. In fact, I would argue that Claimer is a better Elvis Presley than Elvis was himself. Now, I really do see a lot of my old self in this guy, and for what it's worth, I looked up what Claimer's doing these days, or at least trying to, because this video is so old, and from what I can tell, he's actually been in a couple of movies. And it seems like he's a good sport about this whole thing, so all power to him. This is definitely one of those things that you look back on and you're like, oof, thanks, wish I didn't do that. That's certainly how I feel about my freshman year. It's even kind of similar to some of the mannerisms I tried back then, where you're just like constantly smoldering at every opportunity. He's channeling an anime villain persona here, where he's like intellectually above everyone else on like a different plane. Like, oh, yes, I am playing Elvis, the 50s, 60s, 70s famous person, and it is going chillfully. Absolutely, yes, of course.
The singer, songwriter, that sort of thing.
Now, Claimer, you're famous for your unique way of talking. We were just wondering how you developed this eloquent way of speaking.
Oh my. Well, the new trailer for Netflix's Joker is here. It's an epic saga of war, passion, heart, and samurai spirit. Welcome to Netflix's Joker.
Seek here.
To vanquish our I'm not entirely sure, actually. It just sort of happened, and I enjoyed it, and I just sort of stuck with it. The end.
He's going through
The
such a
end.
wide range of emotions right now and conveying it all through so many different facial expressions. It's like playing LA Noire and trying to figure out if the person sitting across from you is lying or not. Like, he's striking so many poses. He's basically spamming Fortnite emotes, but with his face. I also get the impression that he's a bit nervous here for this interview. So when asked why does he speak like a Shakespearean villain about to reveal their plan, he doesn't really give a in-depth answer. He just basically says, "Oh my, well I did it because I like
Alright, so I spoke to some of your friends, and they spoke a lot about some of the things you have in your pocket. Would you be willing to show us some of those things?
Since you asked so nicely. My metal pocket, which is tied up in a Norwegian flag. We have... First off, we have the thing that breaks the rule, a rock.
His pockets have their own rules. Man's got a perpetual domain expansion inside of himself, and he's able to bend the rules at his will, so if he immediately pulls out a fucking rock. That's power. If any of you have been around the channel for a while, you know the story I told about how a Psychonauts disc, like the Xbox disc, around a chain and wear it around my neck. And then I also carrying around decks of playing cards in my pockets so I could do magic tricks for women. That's the same energy I get from this guy's metal pocket. Like, he's just having that shit clank around. Maybe just like, brother, what do you got in your pocket there? You carrying around a little transformer and Autobot? What's all that metal banging going on? He's like, well, I'm cheerfully glad you asked, good sir. Let's take this mystery pocket. One of those things. He sounds like the potion seller guy from that viral meme. It's very, like, it makes me like because I was one step away from doing the same kind of shit. The only reason I never wore that Psychonauts disc or had my playing cards in my pockets is because Kaya told me it'd be a fucking terrible idea. So he saved me from being interviewed in a similar way and having that exist online forever.
This is a piece of an airplane. Oh. That would be just fine. This is a piece of a pocket watch. Indeed. This is a piece of a gate. This is a car door. Peace sign. Round thing.
So you carry all these things around?
Yeah. Other round thing.
Unfortunately, he doesn't reveal the lore behind each piece of metal in that pocket. I bet each piece tells its own unique story, and he just didn't have time for it in the interview. I also wonder what the process is like for adding metal to that collection, because you can probably find metal all over the place. I wonder how picky he is. There's got to be some kind of intense process, but he doesn't really describe it very well either. Like, he just pulls out two things and calls it round a thing. Imagine it did get really interesting though, like, this piece of metal comes from the Apollo spacecraft. This piece of metal's actually got a little bit of bone fragment on it because this was the bullet that pierced John F. Kennedy. Like, that'd be kind of cool, and then that metal pocket would have a lot of great value.
Usually not. If it comes in handy, it goes in my other pockets, my regular pockets. These are just, I enjoy them for the novelty of it, don't you know?
Nothing puts me into a state of bliss, euphoria even, than hearing someone drop a, don't you know. That is, nothing.
If it comes in handy, it goes in my other pockets, my regular pockets. These are just, I enjoy them for the novelty of it, don't you know?
Nothing puts me into a state of bliss, euphoria even, than hearing someone drop a, don't you know. That is fire. explanation. You know, I like to carry these things in my pockets because I enjoy them. Fair enough. You'll get no argument from me, don't you know?
You had a situation where you actually got stopped by the police and they saw some of the things in your pocket. What did they say?
Well, first off, they weren't going to search me, but my metal pocket clanked against the car door, so they asked me to empty out all of my pockets. And one thing I carry around is a deck of tarot cards and some other things, I guess, that are strange. So while they were making the report, this was a verbatim quote. You've got an 18-year-old Caucasian male, driver's license number, my driver's license number. He's some sort of witch doctor.
Those disrespectful fools didn't even realize who they were dealing with. This is no witch doctor. This is clamor. And I'm sure they weren't prepared for the 30-minute process that ensued when they asked him to empty his pockets. I bet that shit just kept coming out like a clown that was pulling the rope from his mouth or whatever. Like, that shit probably dragged on for so long, the cops probably just got bored and left. They're like, listen, buddy, it's not that big of a deal. Just go about your day, pick up your shit, put it back in your pockets. Oh my god. So that's where the interview ends, but I've still got many questions for Claimer that may never be answered. Like I said, this is one of those things that really reminds me of myself, because to me, it feels like Claimer went into college trying to stand out from the crowd, come out of his shell, similar to me. We just chose different paths. I went with the mysterious anime character, so I basically didn't talk at all, which was absolutely the more alarming approach to things, and Claimer went down the Shakespearean, you know, wise sage. And I wanted to show this a little bit because it really back in my freshman year of college when I first saw this, like, damn, this was me, like 100%. We're cut from the same cloth. But anyway, just wanted to share this, that's about it. So, yeah.
That's why UMC Quick Care is around every corner, with locations around the valley. UMC Quick Care, for all your small calamities.
Inside the mind of Tecton. That's what the video is talking about. Tecton could be free to play in the next 10 oil. You don't just undo that with like, oh, I'm not paid to win in this one game. It might have only been like 300. Let me see here. Last test I was on my check. That was before I bought an 8 new heroin though. Went through my purchase history and then added up to $2,567. Oh my god.
What makes them such a destructive force in the gaming industry? We really know that answer. We probably have to speak to their therapist. So instead, we're going to settle with their replies in my YouTube comment section. A few months back, I made a video. So instead,
I love it, dude. This is gaming in 2023. There it is, boys.
Maddie, be quiet. Bad girl.
Yeah, bro, this is the guy, bro. This guy wailed so hard in Diablo. So high, nobody could even play against him. It's like
that video sort of blew up.
And that was only 10K. Think about that. Yeah, Rick comments is that, bro, some people spend way more. Holy shit. I was calling, yeah, it's not.
we paying $273 on subscriptions?
No, that can't be right. I only pay for like Netflix and Spotify.
Bro, look at this.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know I was still paying for those. I thought I canceled them like months ago.
Well, you didn't. Look, just do me a favor and download this app. All you have to do is link your bank accounts and it shows you every
Hey, what's up everyone? So we only have 2 days and a couple hours until the official release of Suicide Squad for the Just League. At least for people like us, lots of people are hyped and excited. I have numerous things to say. I mean, imagine this. It's been 9 years since Batman Arkham Knight. Lots of people are just craving and feeding for more upwards content, more upwards games, PC games in general, and a high standard of quality. And at the same time, it definitely does bring joy to my heart. Lots of people are excited. Lots of people are saying my favorite universe is back. Because lots of people love the world, love these set characters, previous content being not spin-offs, characters. And again, the fact that people went out of their way to make upwards videos, even before Suicide Squad was announced, it showed that people are passionate, people are emotional, people take this stuff serious. Because again, they just love all this stuff. They love all things. And I feel like when it comes to based on all the stuff they have already, that they have confirmed, even though they're releasing, bro, their levels ahead of Marvel's Avengers. Just like that. And again, just to tell you how successful they can be, it's like, again, sales are pretty good. I know for PlayStation, most editions are number 1, standard editions number 3, and all that. I think at the 5 position, the third. But again, it's still, pretty good in terms of pre-orders. Again, Xbox, I don't know. But again, it's like it shows you because lots of people, even the people who frankly don't care about this game, or even people who are hating on it, it's like people are just interested in what's going to happen narrative-wise in terms of the Suicide Squad, the Just League, obviously. That's the biggest factor. It's the culture of Just League. Everyone has curiosity about what's going to happen, especially when that factor was the biggest controversy in terms of potentially killing our favorite heroes by extreme villains. And with that, there's lots of speculation, lots of rumors, so much has happened in a span of a couple months. Leading up to the actual release of the game. Even before that, with the delays, I said it numerous times, and I'll still say that this is true. I felt like not only in terms of online discourse for the game, that was being connected. That's just the case. So many people spreading false rumors, narratives, creating just a hate bandwagon for this game.
Maddie, be quiet.
But it's like
game. It just sucks.
What?
Someone that face development behind the game was once an industry darling thanks to its critically acclaimed Batman Arkham series, which revolutionized superhero games with innovative gameplay and original stories rather than movie tie-ins. Then the company had announced that it pivoted from narrative single-player action games to a third-person multiplayer shooter. This made fans.
It's also because it's fucking stupid. Like, am I the
Bad dog, Kratos. Bad dog. Lay down. Lay down, Kratos. No. No. Be quiet. Lay down, Kratos. Lay down. Bad dog. No. Bad dog, Kratos. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down, Kratos. No. No, no. Bad dog. Bad dog, Kratos. Go lay down. Kratos. Kratos. Lay down.
Am I the only person who thinks that there's nobody in the Suicide Squad that can beat Superman? They can't beat the Green Lantern. They can't beat Aquaman. They can't beat Wonder Woman. Like, there's no way. It's fucking impossible. So how can you possibly kill the Justice League besides maybe Batman? And probably even Batman can clear them because he's basically got a superpower. He's a fucking billionaire. Meanwhile, like, you have Harley Quinn, who has a baseball bat. There's a guy who's a walking shark. And then an Odette shot, you know, the guy Will Smith played. Oh, he's really good at shooting guns. Like, what is this? It's just like such a ridiculous fucking thing to even have as a premise of a story. It's so stupid.
Between superhero video game and a game that just so happens to be about superheroes, and I feel like the latter is the one that Rocksteady Studios always leaned on because it felt like they made a game first that just so happened to be about Batman, and it was something that really resonated with people because they made such a great game in the first place. They ended up building this really strong audience, this really strong following. However, now we have Warner Brothers wanting to come in and exploit all of that goodwill so that they can try to pull in all those microtransaction live service dollars because that's exactly what the situation is. It's trend chasing.
Well, I think that, like, the Suicide Squad game, it's like one of those things that is an example of everything wrong with games. Like, if you look at what do people think is wrong with games, it's like the old meme of Battle Pass, established franchise, mediocre gameplay, looter shooter, seasons, always online, like skins, like it's everything in one.
You're absolutely right on this. This is something that we've seen across the industry for a while now, but it's deeper than that. It's not just a surface level thing where people want to be Fortnite, they want to be Call of Duty, they want to be all these live service games that are making all this money. No, it actually goes beyond that. The core root of this issue is that who are you making these games for? It doesn't make a lot of sense to look at the audience that Rocksteady has built over this time and say, oh, well, yeah, we're going to make...
Well, they probably are informed by, like, and this is the problem, is that people, like, they have, like, these, like, focus groups and consulting firms and all these groups of people that are supposed to, like, educate them on what the public thinks. And it's like, it's nice to have that kind of stuff, but you shouldn't use that as an actual decision maker. Whereas I think they are. I think they're looking at, like, you have people that are making these decisions that don't play video games, and then they're like, oh yeah, this is what we need to have. No, you don't. None of them play the game. Yeah, what?
How do you know that audience even plays those games to begin with, especially when historically the games
So again, it's just trendships. Yeah, like, just putting all of those buzzwords together.
Time and time again, Redfall is another example, a perfect example of this, because they're going to mirror each other, not only in their sales, but also in the downfall of the game as well. Because who was Redfall made for? Who was asking Arcane, out of all studios, to be making a vampire looter shooter?
Well, the problem with Redfall is that the game is bad. I actually don't think the premise of the game is the problem. I don't. I think that the game is just bad. It's the same as, like, Gollum. Like, could Gollum have been good? I don't know if it could have ever been good, but it damn well could have been a lot better than it was. Now, if you wanted to make a good Gollum game, you would have to make it like a psychological, like, horror game that's almost like a visual novel. Like, I think that's the only way you can make a good Gollum game. And it's like, that'd be cool. Yeah, that could maybe be interesting. But, and
Why give them the same fucking interest?
This revealed the fighter. Show me what you got.
The premise of the game, the problem is the implementation of that premise. Because at the bottom of every single game, like,
Come on, sugar.
or the Suicide Squad, the gameplay fundamentally is dog shit.
Accept
I don't see a lot
all,
of these games that get
chase
made,
none.
and everybody's making videos about how bad they are, whenever the gameplay fundamentally is
Accept all, chase none.
Suicide Squad is the online live service augmented by transactions.
Come on, sugar.
Warner Brothers attempts to chase the Grand Theft Auto 5 Fortnite track.
And that's really the problem, is that they're making decisions on design based off of something that isn't even theirs. Like, whenever you're using another game, or like another type of game as a North Star, rather than looking at, like, how can I make my game like the best version of what it's supposed to be, then you're gonna have a problem. Like, here's a really great example. Think about how much worse Baldur's Gate 3 would be if it was a real-time action combat game like Elden Ring or like Dark Souls. I guarantee you it probably would not even be a fraction as good as it was. But because they had their own North Star, they were making the game their way, and the game was fucking amazing. And at least I've heard. I haven't played it before you guys fucking stop. Like, I will play it eventually, just not yet. But anyway, same with Dark Souls 1. Same with Elden Ring. The reason why these games, look at Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 doesn't have any of this bullshit. It's just an Armored Core game. Look at Sekiro. Like, these are games that are good on their own. And, like, of course they're informed by other games in the industry, but they're not trying to be other games in the industry. That's the issue.
These games as a service, which are monetized long after release, are so appealing to executives that Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav recently said all their big games would follow suit moving forward. We have seen so many stupidly said
games as a service which are monetized long after release are so appealing to executive Warner Bros. Said that all their big games would follow suit. It's not like games, live service games. I think this is the problem that live service games have, is that it's very hard for every game in the ecosystem to exist as a live service game. It's okay to have one or two live service games, but whenever every single game is a live service game, there's like a sense of exhaustion that sets in. Because it's like, okay, I have to do this, like this game, and then I have to play this game and keep up with this thing, and then I have to, make sure I do my battle pass for this. And like, that's what it is, right? And it's like exhausting. So like, people end up like falling out of the loop of playing a game. And what ends up happening, I think also, is that people get like battle passes and these like daily login codes and everything. They keep people in the ecosystem of the game, but they also keep people out of it. Because how many of you guys have played a live service game and you were playing every day and you were keeping up, and then for whatever reason you missed a day or two? psychologically designed to appeal to players who care about progression. Because if you don't care about progression, FOMO doesn't affect you because who gives a fuck? So if you care about progression and you know that you're behind, you don't want to play a game that you're behind in.
All their big games would follow suit moving forward. We've seen so many studios close over the last few years. We've seen so many layoffs over the last couple of years, even starting into this year. While some of that has to do with the rise of AI or just general growth of the industry, it goes beyond that. Because what it ends up actually being is, well, executives like David Zaslav that believe that they can just go and chase these Fortnite and Grand Theft Auto dollars. That's not how this works. You have to already have a franchise, or you have to have had something that's already bringing these people into it.
Fortnite plays really well. Suicide Squad doesn't.
How do you know?
Gameplay, and that right there is the bottom line. Grand Theft Auto plays well. That's the real issue. And it's the hardest problem to solve.
You have to have a target audience. It's basic marketing 101.
Yeah.
And they don't have one. They just think, well, you make the live service. They don't know that's not how this works. And even if you did make a good live service game, if you're not positioning that properly for your target audience, regular customers that gave you the money, that's,
You know what this kind of reminds me of, now that he's talking about it in this way? It reminds me of how certain streamers feel like they have to play. Oh, I have to play this popular game because if I don't play this popular game, like I need to play all the new games. I need to play MLS, I need to play Fortnite, I need to play Eco Company, I need to play...
Come on, sugar.
And they're constantly trying to chase a trend. And they'll just never be successful because they don't even understand
Accept all,
what makes the people
chase
successful
none.
in these markets. It's like basically by trying to do it, you indicate that you should
The fists reveal the fighter. Show me what you got.
in the place that it is today, you're still not going to succeed. Why? Because it's brand loyalty.
Right.
People are loyal to the things that they are. It's as simple as that. People that play Grand Theft Auto 5 like the people that play Grand Theft Auto 3, probably not 2. Speaking of Grand Theft Auto. But with that said, if you don't know who your target audience is, and you're not positioning your products properly to make sure that they will resonate with that audience, then you're just not going to do well. And for the fact that these people are so disconnected from their audiences, they don't know their needs or care about them, they think that they're going to be able to just go and make them sweet microtransaction dollars.
Well, this is the problem, right? Is that you don't understand why people like the games. Because if you don't understand why people enjoy the games, you can never make a game that people will like. You can never actually solve the problem because you don't even understand what it is. And this is what happens with certain streamers too. Is that like if you go back and you look at like how many streamers were really popular from Among Us, or they were really popular from Fortnite, and now they're like fucking irrelevant. Nobody cares about them, nobody watches them. The reason why that is because they didn't understand why people like watching them. And they weren't able to continue to create that kind of content. Yeah, it's one of your mandates. Yeah, they didn't have it. Yeah, no, they didn't. And it's like that's the problem that a lot of these games have too. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what makes something popular and what makes, what you're doing good or not good. Like for me, one of the reasons why I didn't really play a lot of like very guided games, unless they're like kind of an experience type game, like a Coffin of Andy and Lately game, is because people like watching me for just like hearing me talk about stuff and seeing like takes on games of like random shit. People aren't watching me to see somebody who's really good at a video game. So I'm not trying to ever go and prove myself. Like I'm not gonna go try to beat the hardest version of a game to prove it to everybody that I can do it. Because even if I win, I still lose. Because nobody cared in the first place. So whenever I realized that, I completely changed my outlook on how I would do streaming. And guess what? It massively helped my streaming. Because you have to understand what people want. Like Remnant? Well, I played Remnant a lot off stream. I'm on the last boss of the game now. I've almost beaten it. Yeah, above average new monster player. Well, I mean, I'm saying, like, being an above average new player is fine. But, like, I'll give you an example. Is it something that people would really want to see? To watch me spend 9 hours wiping and relearning Arc-Tempered Velkhana? Probably not. And also, some people would. But there are a lot of other people that would want to see me play another game even more. Because there's always going to be some people that like seeing that, but there's also going to be a lot of people who don't. Depends on if it's entertaining. Yeah, exactly. You're going to be sorely surprised when you find out. Fire continues with the track record for companies that give multiplayer is dismal. Recent live service live like Anthem, Redfall, and Marvel's Avengers all came from game studios that had previously been beloved for their single-player titles. Nobody wants Suicide Squad. Why are Harley Quinn's moves so small? Who thought of this? What idiot thought this up? I'll tell you a problem right now. That's an issue right now, gentlemen. Like, what is that? Faces shifting? Yeah, just make her really hot. Like, why do you think people like Harley Quinn? Like, what are you, fucking stupid? What is this? Hey, no wonder this weekend that following previews, fans continue to repeat a rumor that won't die, that developers at Rocksteady originally pitched a game about Superman, contracted by Warner Brothers, and the company was instead forced to make this one. In reality, Rocksteady never pitched or worked on a Superman game, according to people familiar with the company's strategy over the last decade. Following the other problem I think that they have with Superman is that I don't think that people portray Superman in the right way. I think that the two best, like, adjacent versions of Superman are it's too OP. Well, it's not that it's too OP. I think one example, of course, is like Tommen in Game of Thrones. Tommen is a very good boy. He's a nice guy, and bad things happen because he's unwilling to be an asshole. Like, you know that fucking guy from who was it? The guy who looked like Pope Francis. The High Sparrow. You think that guy would have tried that shit around Joffrey or Tywin? Absolutely fucking not. He'd be up on a stake. And so, and it's like there's a part of you that wishes, like, oh man, I wish these horrible characters were still around because they could get rid of this even worse character. And I think the other example I can use is Jonathan Joestar in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Is that you should base Superman off of Jonathan Joestar. Somebody with a sterling character, universally good, fights only for truth, justice, and to protect people. And, like, they always try to make Superman a morally gray character. In my opinion, Superman isn't a morally gray character. And that's what makes him special. So, like, the moment that you start doing that is the moment you diverge completely from, like, what the story really is. He's evil. Well, he's not human. Yeah, but he basically is, though, right? And so straight up, I just don't think they're written very well. The Sin of Pride character, that's evidently Sam's peak character design. Escanor, he absolutely is. He's fucking amazing. Yeah, he's by far the coolest character. It's not even a question. He's a part of 9 in 2015. The studio began working on a brand new VR game and an unannounced multiplayer game set in the original franchise, which has not been previously reported. Another notable entry from Schreier says that really bad news for Rocksteady is that the market is dangerously oversaturated. Even if the new Suicide Squad game overcomes low expectations and turns out to be a fantastic product, it's hard to imagine a new multiplayer live service game succeeding in an era where even stalwarts like Destiny can't seem to grow. And there's a lot to say. One of the reasons why I play Destiny is because Destiny 2 has gone through like 8 years of FOMO, and I don't want to have to figure all of it out. Like if Destiny 3 came out, I would play it on release. But the game is just too over-designed. There's too much to it. I don't even know how to buy the game. I'm not gonna play it. It's too much, man. And one of the things that I'm seeing wow, I think studios are having an issue with every lot Destiny is I think the way a lot of people feel about WoW. They're like, oh, I don't want to start playing the game, bro. Like there's like 6 expansions, 9 expansions, some shit like that. And like I just can't deal with it. Realize that that's the level of investment that comes from players that are playing live service games to begin with. You think you're capturing a live service audience, people that haven't played live service games before, you're wrong. Because most of those people that aren't playing live service games are avoiding them on purpose. There's a reason why they're playing games like the series or something like that. Now with that said, think about that level of investment that's required for these players to be in games like Grand Theft Auto 5, Destiny, or Fortnite. Because, and also a lot of people have been critical of Rockstar for how they handled Grand Theft Auto 5. People that are not happy about that, they're not happy about how they said like Red Dead Redemption 2, like the online for that game is like kind of, like what the fuck. And so, I'm hearing all this secondhand. So I could be a little bit wrong or off the, off the focus here, but this is what I hear from people who play the game. And so, I don't even think that's entirely true, and that's Grand Theft Auto, one of the biggest video game franchises of all time. Players are probably not going to come play your game because they're already financially invested interest in those other games. That's right. Really unlikely to pull out most of yours with all this basic work. Gotta play every single day. Gotta get that login bonus. Farm up these currencies and things like that. It's really difficult to get a live service game off the ground. It's a huge game. It's very exhausting. And I'll actually give props to Mihoyo, right? Because they added this thing, like like a lot of these like gacha online games have some sort of play the game every day, and you have like a certain amount of energy that you can have in the game, and if you don't use the energy, you lose it. Well, there's now where it's like rested energy, and the rested energy stacks up to like 10 days or 15 days or something like that. So like if you stop playing the game for a long period of time,
かかってきたまえ
and a lot of other games don't use it.
楽しませてくれるのだろう 我が社の新製品試させてもらおう戦いはもっとエレガントなものだはっ
I actually think that none of this would matter. I do. I think that if the Suicide Squad game came out and it was really good, the progression systems were really good, the gunplay was awesome, and like the abilities you had were great, people would play. I do. I think it's actually that simple. I think the game looks like shit. It's just fucking simple. Look at some of the market, like, bro, oh, this is the market, and like, the battle passes. No, bro, like, look at the game, it looks like shit. Yeah, it does. I don't want to play it. That's it. That's the whole thing. Why did Rocksteady just make another great Batman game? I
but not all. I think one of the things that bothers me about this when I read stories like this or see games like this come out is that people who are making decisions for where to steer the ship for making video games don't play them. One thing that is extremely reassuring to me whenever I'm hearing Microsoft is buying Blizzard is that you hear Phil Spencer, and then it's also equally unreassuring because of how many hours you put into Starfield. But Phil Spencer plays a lot of video games. And because he plays a lot of video games, I have a better expectation that he will know what will be good for video games. Fucking imagine that. There's this fundamental misunderstanding between what the players want, what the players need, and how to be able to service them properly so that you can make a profit. I realize that a lot of these companies want to get these live service games. Get your money. But yeah, in a way that you're actually going to be able to service an audience in the first place. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do otherwise. And by the way, this is the same kind of people that believe that RPG games are dead, that turn-based RPG games are dead. However, that was obviously proven wrong. Baldur's Gate 3 was, like, it being a turn-based game was, I think, crucial to its success. But, like, that's like, you get a pizza, and you ever get, like, a pizza, and there's, like, a slice of the pizza that's, like, kind of small, and it's like, yeah, well, I give that to the person who only paid $1 for this pizza. Yeah, well, that's, like, the turn-based slice of Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think that's the main reason why it's successful. I think that obviously if it wasn't turn-based, it would have a lot of problems, and yeah, sure. But it's also the fact that they had, like, state-of-the-art character. Like, the dialogue was immaculate. The game possibilities were seemingly endless. That's why the game was really good. It being turn-based was like just, again, a secondary effect. In a year in which PC, all the games of the year, the Game of the Year nominees, the best games of the year,
かかってきたまえ
none of them were live service. Heck, most of them didn't even.
楽しませてくれるのだろう
To be honest, I actually think that live service games don't get enough respect. I think that it's kind of annoying to me that a game like Alan Wake 2, which is like, it's a nice game, sure. But like, bro, Fortnite. This game is servicing, like, this game is fucking massive. It's reinvented itself so many times. And it's like, I wish that there was more acknowledgement for live service games that are really good. It's just disappointing. It really is. It really just comes down to the fact that you have people that are in charge that are appealing to investors, that have no idea anything about the industry itself. They're just trying to trend chase and follow everybody else. And the worst part is that since they're doing it now, they're starting to lag behind already. They started developing this game 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. Well, if that's the case, the trends have already changed by the time that game gets released. You're not going to be able to make this Fortnite because true, but 10 years ago, Baldur's Gate 3 would have kicked ass. 10 years from now, Baldur's Gate 3 will kick ass. Same thing with Elden Ring. Good games are timeless. We'll get Vampire Survivors, Grand Theft Auto 6. This is only a problem because developers are not following a passion. They are following a trend. This is like, hey, we're
is that a lot of the people that are making decisions on like where to invest money into making games don't play video games enough to have their finger on the pulse of like what gamers want. And I think that what they do instead is they just rely on looking at which games are trending and then trying to move in that direction to hedge their bets. They're not actually making a decision based off of like being a gamer. They're making a decision based off of looking at a graph.
Concave, what are you doing? It's like people in charge don't realize or know who they're selling to. They don't have a face. They're not putting a face to the audience. I'm going to give you guys an odd example. So when I first started YouTube, I started a little podcast channel with me and my buddy. And we just talked about games. And the YouTube channel never got any traction. We never really came to watch it. One or two or three people every once in a while would come by. And then one day I just woke up and thought to myself, looking at other podcasts, people watch podcasts because they're people of authority or they're famous. But me and my friend were neither. So then what I did is that I just started making videos.
This is a big thing that a lot of streamers do too. Is that one of the big mistakes that I see streamers make is they focus all the time on like trying to follow a trend or doing what people that are popular do. And that's just usual.
Bad dog, Kratos. Bad dog. No. Bad dog. Bad dog, Kratos. Bad dog. No. Bad dog. No, Kratos.
Usually not what you should do. Like sometimes it is, but usually it's not. And they also do what they want to do. Like I think streaming is like the best example of it's a very healthy thing sometimes to treat streaming like a job. And it's also a very healthy thing sometimes to treat streaming like a hobby or a passion. And like for example, there are days that maybe I might not want to go over something, but I know people really want to see that. And so I say, I'm not going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do what everybody else wants to see today. And I'm going to try to make it happen. And other days, I think to myself, well, you know what? I want to do this myself. I'm going to do that. But there's a lot of people who it's like, they try to become streamers. And they just do the same thing that they do if they want to stream. And that's just not how it works, guys. And this is the same thing I see with YouTube channels. Like, why are we not successful? The reason why you're not successful is you're playing, some dead game with like no camera, and you're not talking to each other. It's like you don't have that stream rules of what the fuck is this? Yeah, chasing exactly bad content, man. Always bad content. That's why streaming, you don't feel like that person is working or being pushed in front of camera. Well, no, I don't even think this is true. I'll read your comment specifically. That when it's streaming, you don't feel like the person is working or being pushed to be in front of the camera. I actually don't think that happens. I think that like one thing that I've learned is that content is key. Content is key. Content is everything. And if you have bad content, you are a problem. If you have good content, you're winning. That's it. And so it's not about whether the person does or doesn't want to be on camera. Like there are a lot of days when I wake up and it's like, maybe I'll just go live at 7 at night today for 2 hours. Play Monster with no camera. And then I can go and do that. And it would be fine and people would like that. But sometimes I take what I want to do and I say, I'll do what you want to do today, or I'll get somewhere in there. And so, that's that's what I was saying before about like, you know, wanting to indulge in video all the time as a streamer.
Resist and be eliminated. Resuming mission. Mission complete. Returning home. Mission complete. Returning home. Resist and be eliminated. Resuming mission. Mission complete. Returning home. Resist and be eliminated. Resist and be eliminated. Resist and be eliminated.
Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, I don't know. And they got all the same things. Like, wow, somebody crab? What? Bro, I thought Nintendo had the copyright on crabs. There's probably other people that do, but it's not Nintendo. Here's the reality, guys. Of course this shit's stolen. No fucking shit it's stolen. Duh. That's why it's good. Oh, that one works, man. My issues may get worse. Yeah, you're right about that. Let me take it down a little bit. The point's backwards, right? Quest is older than Pokemon. That's what I'm saying, right? And so, anyway, there's been a lot of accusations against Palworld. Steam's newest Palworld has been accused of plagiarizing designs from Pokemon as social media users negatively highlight its creator's history with generative AI tools. Cry me a fucking river. Do you think anybody actually gives a fuck about this? Do you think I give a fuck if they use generative AI? Absolutely not. Who cares about if they're using AI? No real people care about this. These are Twitter problems. There's the proof right there. Nobody really gives a shit. All this fucking moral high grounding. God, bro, I need to go on the next stuff podcast, bro. Oh my god, next time Train does it, I'm gonna go off, about this. I cannot wait. Hopefully we get some other people on there, and, I feel like they're gonna say the same shit that I am. Because, how dare you have fun? Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's moral fucking high roading. And I feel like companies have been so afraid to do it. And you want to know what the funny thing is that Palworld actually wasn't the first one to do this. It was actually the finals. Give me a second, my dad's calling. Everything's fine. So yeah, anyway. So yeah. Well, all's good. Yep, we're all good. Everything's totally fine. So the finals, let me go back. Sorry, I apologize. I had called my dad earlier. He was going to call me back. He's called me back. So yeah, I want to make sure I can talk about it. And anyway, so the finals used AI. AI voice commentators from the finals. The finals is already getting canceled. And then the AI announcers into TTS. So you can see, obviously, a lot of people, and I made a video about this too. Look at this. 2 months ago. And I said the same goddamn thing I'm going to say today. The finals is so fun, though. Palworld is accused of AI with no proof. Well, the kind of proof that these people need is the kind of proof that they use to get people canceled on Twitter for having the wrong opinions. Implications, assumptions, and no evidence. Proof like a witch round, yeah, if they sink, they're a fucking witch. Or if they weren't a witch, and if they float, they're a witch, so you don't get it. Problem solved. So, anyway, the finals used AI, and a lot of people were really unhappy about this whenever it happened. You can see, obviously, about a couple months ago. And do you know who wasn't unhappy about it? The people that played the game. Because real people don't care about these problems. These are fake problems that people on the internet invent in order to act like they are doing something more important with their life than taking phone calls at an office all day. This is something that they can, latch onto and pretend to care about on the internet while they work for a company that profits directly from third world slave labor. But don't worry, guys. They're going to hold people accountable for using AI voices in a video game. I think that people's patience on these kinds of things has just started to run thin. And Palworld is a really great example of that completely voided and over. Whenever the finals came out, nobody cared about the fact that the voices were AI generated, because nobody really cares about the problem in the first place. The only thing that people really care about is a good game. They don't care. How many people care about slave labor? I've used this example before. How many people think that slavery is kind of an L? Would you guys agree that, can we get an L in chat for slavery? this? There are people that change the entire direction of their life. So we're gonna read a few of these tweets here, and we're gonna see what they have to say. Everyone needs a phone now. It's not a good argument. Really, you need a smartphone. Let's say there was a phone that was ethically made but it cost twice as much money. Would you buy it? Would you buy it or not? In daily life, it's generally needed. I know we need sleep. That's why everybody has phones. But you didn't answer the question. Would you pay double the price? You tell me you need a cell phone. No. There's definitely a sliding scale of convenience, ethics, fashion, and structural issues. You're so true, bro. Like, I completely agree with you. Yeah. Yep. Because that's really, and I appreciate the honesty. Because I think that a lot of people feel the same way. Like, if I could push a button and it would remove all the bad things in the world, I would do it. But if I have to like climb up a hill to push the button, then like, I mean, really, like how steep is this hill? How long is the hill? How long is it gonna take? Like, am I gonna be able to get like the ride back down? Like, is it gonna be ice cream at the top of the hill too? Like, or is it just gonna be the button? Like, what's really like, you know what I'm saying, right? I mean, things get more complicated. And so, yeah, I think obviously you're totally right. It's a sliding scale. It's something we gotta, see something we have some manner of control over. So I think that's why people are adverse to it. Well, that's where the evolution comes from. This guy brought in another comment. I'll talk about this and lead off the other rest of it. But the AI artist seen as something we have some manner of control over. Where you fucked up is you never had any control over another person's sense of self-expression. That's where you fucked up. You thought you could tell somebody else what they can do with their own body and mind and time. And the reality is that you don't have the right to do that. And there are exceptions. There are exceptions, but I guarantee you that AI are. Let's be real. And this is, 100% opinion, no real functioning human can hold. Yep, there it is. And so that's the way it goes.
Resist and be eliminated.
Is that Steve? I would actually agree with this, and I know this is going to get a lot of artists mad at me, but I'm going to say it. I also agree with what this guy said. There is no fundamental difference between AI art generation and an artist taking inspiration from other art on the internet. I really actually think it's the same thing. Now, if somebody thinks it's not, I'm willing to make an argument of why I'm wrong.
What the fuck?
But from so far, I haven't seen an argument that I feel like convinces me. I don't think it's that different. Ask an artist. Well, I don't care who they are, right? Obviously, art is a bias in one direction, but an argument is either true or it's not true. Artists cite references, AI doesn't. No, they don't. One benefits an artist, the other benefits an AI. Well, who uses the AI?
What the fuck?
That's like saying, I'm going to think with this, like the AI is a tool. The AI doesn't get benefited because it doesn't, there's nothing for it to benefit from. It can't benefit. It's just a machine. It isn't different. Yeah, I don't think that it is. Personally, I don't think so. It isn't different. Yeah, I really don't think so. Who cares about the source? Both AI and human art do the same thing. Uses consumers, exactly. And so, yeah, people are playing chess, even if a computer already surpassed them. And just like the AI art will never replace the dedication of a real artist. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't know how the fuck people buy OnlyFans. Like, you can Google big moves, and you can get a bunch of results on Google, but you still have made sense, yeah, but it's true. And so anyway, let's read some things, let's get into it. AI cannot create anything new. Artists stealing ideas and still creating new. In a world where we live in AI art, we'll be getting the same shit over and over. It's a symbiotic relationship. AI art cannot create anything new. How do you find it? Because, so if you make a picture and that picture has never existed before, like, and this was the problem, right? And like, this was, like, so my mom was really into art. She was really, really into art. She like, bro, like, she was someone who, she would not just teach me, she would teach like Cody and Jeff, like other little Cody, like Nickel Reedy, Zach. She was trying to teach us art. And I remember, like, I remember, like, we were in our 20s by the time that, like, she finally got through to us about Jackson Pollock, for example, right? Because, like, the first time I saw a picture of Jackson Pollock, right? Let me just real quick.
This is why I switched to Shopify. I tried 3 other platforms prior to Shopify, and I remember my breaking point was when I would try to make one little change and my entire site would go down. What are you waiting for? Start your free trial with Shopify today.
I said, bro, like, you tell me some fucking dumbass actually paid money for this shit? Is you telling me some fucking dipshit?
Hi, everybody. Good to see y'all. It's time to upgrade your time.
Dude, I don't.
You know, it wasn't sort of crazy, like, the reactions to those, I don't think people would recognize it. Yeah, I get 'em. It's like, well,
Kratos, Maddie. No.
How did I not make that clear? The fight design is shit. That was my take on it. And it's so frustrating to hear it. Oh, you think he's too fast? Yeah, that's it. That's called a strawman. That is like the clearest strawman I've ever seen. So I just lean into it. I'm like, yeah, sure. And then everyone's like, yeah, good job, WB. Not giving anybody codes. And by the way, I've been told people were saying codes. They won't unblock until Monday. But I've been told by some influencers that they did in fact receive codes. Let's just say somebody's just gaslighting me. They're straight up lying to me. The two people that told me they got codes, they're lying to me. The people who said, we were asked to take down our post. Let's say that line. Okay. That's still not clear. Okay, so nobody got codes. Nobody will get codes at all, period. I mean, maybe that's fine. I remember with Destiny, the original Destiny, we went to Bungie, we did IGN first for it. We did, we played that game a significant amount, I would say. And it came out and it had its problems at launch, but it ended up being okay in the long run. Fast forward 10 years, I think they're in a problematic place with Destiny 2. But my read on Suicide Squad is that it's gonna have a great story. I think Suicide Squad is gonna have a great story. I'm just talking, I haven't really had a chance to talk about it. I really, really worry about the fact that they've stated they're not the same things. And it's really nice to hear. The only person I really saw with a big take on it was Asmongold, and I'm like, at least somebody understands why this is problematic. I already bought it. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna play it regardless. But it's problematic because anyway, I should have talked about that in 2 months. That's about my work. I'm trying to separate the work, but I'm not salty with the code thing. I'm salty because the community seems to think it's a good thing. It's WU's right not to sing codes. That's so. That's like whatever. Okay, I'll pre-order it and I'll play it anyway. But it sets a precedent. And that's what's concerning. I really got to bite my tongue, but I know. Watch Asmongold's piece. He probably there's things I say, like even my Suicide Squad preview. I read my preview and I go watch the other previews from like Hero and all these other people, and they echo the same sentiment that I'm echoing in my preview, but they're better writers than I am, right? But then everyone's like, oh, everybody else had a great time. I'm like, no, they didn't. Go read the other previews. I don't have Banisher code or anything like that, but I do play Banishers. You know what game I put 40 hours into though? Enshrouded. I highly encourage everybody to go play Enshrouded. We actually don't know why they didn't send codes. We don't have a specific reason why they did not send codes, right? So we don't know. My concern is anytime somebody is with alpha, like you can criticize my preview if you want. A lot of people hate my preview. They said it's like the worst preview they've ever read and stuff like that. Because they take it and then they just make it a strong. He said the Flash is too fast. I don't say the Flash is too fast. I said it makes sense that he's fast because he's a Scarlet Speed. But I outlined why I thought the fight wasn't fun or well paced and why it's annoying. It's an annoying fight. That's different. That's different than City stuff. It was the same thing with what was the other one? Gotham Knights. Everybody loves superheroes like guys. I grew up playing X-Men on the NES, one of the biggest piles of garbage that I've ever played in my life. Right? I played X-Men on Genesis, which was actually I really like X-Men on the Genesis, and then X-Men 2 is like really, really celebrated. I play superhero games all the time. One of my favorites is like Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction. I want to be wrong about Suicide Squad. I said it after my preview. I'm like, I hope I can make a video after this where I say I was wrong about Suicide Squad. But everything we've seen, and everybody's calling it out, it looks like you fight a bunch of purple messes over and over and over and over again. It doesn't look compelling. I think they're going to nail the story. I think the story is going to be fun. Even with the weird, like everyone's like, oh, you're too soft. I'm like, it's weird that they made Poison Ivy a little kid and then chose to put a bomb in that little kid's head and then use her as a vendor. And she's just like, oh, I'm having a great time. I have a bomb in my head. It's a child. It's weird tonal. Oh man, I just and I had a few people who were kind of picking people who like put on. And it's frustrating when I don't make my point well enough, or there's like these holes that people poke into it, and I'm just like, that's not what I'm saying. I never say the Flash is too fast. Joker and Poison Ivy look weird. The Joker looks weird, but it's because he's from Elseworlds. But a lot of people really like his moveset. I think the Joker. Anyway, we should get back to the weird stuff. So, this last week has sucked for the games industry. Xbox kicked things off. What is up with my So, basically, Xbox kicked things off by firing 1,900 people. That's not fun. Why do you care so much at the end? It's your judgment. Because it means I didn't do a good enough job making my points. And I care about making my points in a way that is sound, correct, and I feel like I could have made my points better. That's it. I think I get frustrated with the community because they take what I said and they, like, they strong it. And that happens all the time. It's like the Flash boss fight, me complaining about the design structure of the boss fight. People are like, well, actually, you're giving bullets to slow down. That's not true. You're given a tool where you're supposed to counter his things, and then you power up a tool where you can do damage to him. You don't really, as far as I knew, you're not taught to shoot bullets. You're given a tool, toy man, who's in a 3D coverage, that counters the Flash. You're supposed to go beat up the Flash. And the fight that ensues, I don't know. I'm really worried about that game. I'm not playing King Shark. I did not enjoy my time with King Shark. King Shark is really song. Most people love King Shark. I wanted to play freaking Deadshot. And they took Deadshot away from me and made me play as King Shark. And I'm like, alright, well I guess this will give me a chance to play and Suicide Squad. I want to show you something about the gameplay because like one of the people like you hit the plane clearly. There's a knockback mechanic on a lot of the geometry in the world. So like there was this point in the gameplay. How are we? Oh god, I'm gonna get flagged because here's the insane thing. I said Deadshot. Anyway, here's the insane thing. Anytime I've done like a reaction to Halo content, like here's a little snippet, and I included it specifically because I'm trying to show an issue. Do you feel responsible for IGN not giving the code? It doesn't matter if I'm responsible or not, the code was withheld. So there's this section of the gameplay. I caught all this gameplay. So check this out. So I'm fighting these guys. You can say I suck at the game, whatever. touch this piece of geometry, if you touch this geometry, you get knocked back. And that happened a few times. Where it's just like, oh, I touch the geometry of the planet, knock back. It's weird. So I'm supposed to be here. And it takes me a while to figure out, I'm like, why am I getting knocked back? Like, are these guys jumping me? Am I getting it? Oh, no, I touched the block. I thought maybe it was that guy hit me, so I killed him, right? So he's dead. And I'm getting knocked back. Why? What is happening? So I jump over there. Knocked back. Why do I keep getting knocked back? There's no indication of what is damaging me or why I'm getting knocked back. Like, am I getting sniped? So I didn't take out the turret. But I just wanted to go over there and kill the guys in the turret. But like, this happened here. It happened when I touched the plant. And with the plant thing, the point I was trying to, the reason I utilize that for the time is because I am a reasonable distance away from the plant when I get the knockback. It's weird and annoying. And I was annoyed a lot by things like that during my raiding. And then there's this whole thing. And I don't know, keep going on this. I can only talk about my experience in the preview, and for what it's worth, I think it's going to demo better when I don't have to deal with all the nonsense in the preview, and I can just play with whatever character I want for an extended period of time. I think the story is big. The story, I finished the story. I think the story's great. Sorry. Should I move on to this one? Anyway, I can't say that my preview has any. I can't say that my preview is the reason codes will not be provided, but that's certainly a concern for me. Anytime I see a game or a movie that's like, we're not doing screenings, we're not sending out, they're not sending out codes to anybody. It's the narrative that's going around. I've been told by several people that they have gotten codes and that they were asked to delete posts saying they got codes. There's some dude on Reddit who has a copy of the game. I'm guessing why is that? That's all I'll say. Because you kind of hit something on that, why it's worse. You can take my reviews garbage. What we got here? Alright, yeah, let's talk about less fun news. Microsoft lays off 1,900 actors. Great way to kick off 2024. I want to talk about this a little bit. So, Xbox has laid off 1,900 actors. This sucks. This is absolute. Microsoft is They say that this is as part of the reason 1,000. Why is most of that from? Where did Toys for Bob? PR nonsense. And it's garbage that they did this. Because, like, I don't know. That's how they have to play it, though, right? It sucks. Did everybody see this coming? Absolutely. I really did not like that there were so many people out there like, I told you, I gotcha. I'm like, 1,900 people don't have jobs, and you're out there saying, gotcha. It's so gross to use that as a gotcha. I think Xbox is working. I think everybody's working. That's not like so I keep getting caught up in stupid moments that people thought I wasn't hard enough on Microsoft. Like this is I don't have a Reddit, so Twitter's like my main thing. Sadly, it seems like people were mad at me for this. Whether you like it or not, the only way developers are going to protect themselves from shameless developers is by organization. What do you say for purpose of the age for experience? Your bosses are unstable, HR is the same. Denial or thinking is safe. When I said sadly, it certainly seems that way. And people were like, why do you hate me? What is wrong with the internet? It is, yes, it is sad that it seems like the only way to not get absolutely screwed is to unionize. That is sad. That is not a commentary on unions. That is not anything like that. It's also sad that the industry, in 2023, there were a ridiculous amount of layoffs. It's almost the end of January, and we're over half that already. We're at 60% where we were. This year is it's already been brutal, and it's going to continue being. So yes, it is sad. Cromwell. Sadly, Evergreen, I think last year before he cuts in salary, executives on basis for making the tough decisions, show solidarity with the independent paying not just the responsibility of buying companies and then lay off all their employees. It's embarrassing. It should be seen as embarrassing. It is embarrassing. 1,900 people. For a little bit of context, it's about 8.5% of 22,000 people at Xbox, right? I don't know what that percentage is at other companies, but it sure seems like everybody's doing about that percentage. It sucks. Now, my whole thing was, I think the layoffs would happen with or without they just would have been separate. Activision would have played Microsoft. I do think there are some things that have happened that I'm not, like again, I'm not thrilled that the employees feel like they need to unionize, but the deal allowed unionization to happen within Activision Blizzard. Bond codex now sucks. It is. Like there's nothing we can do about it. What can I do? Yes, that sucks. Bond codex gets a $4 million parachute and 1,000 for jobs. Yeah, that's Microsoft's a $3 trillion company. It sucks. I'm mad. I don't know what else to say. I think the tweet that set people off was, oh yeah, there were a few other things. Activision voted for the sale. Like everyone should everyone have Activision wanted to sell things that would be worse than to sell. Activision even went to their shareholders and said, hey, you have to look for this. If we don't have unanimous, we cannot sell the company. And they all agreed. Even if for some reason it fell apart, like it wouldn't have been good.
資料通りか。予定調和ほどつまらんものはない。資料通りか。予定調和ほどつまらんものはない。 資料通りか。予定調和ほどつまらんものはない。
This is the tweet that got every all and it sucks. Like, I'm happy.
資料通りか。予定調和ほど。
Years, there's been a massive shift to digital sales. Reliance on battle passes and microtransactions. Sustained development. Retail was hit by COVID. COVID hit everybody, really, because they overhired during COVID. Dev costs have been the same, $200 to $300 million for a game. When here comes Valve's say under $7 million. If you have good gameplay, you can build it. That's what Larry did. They bet continually creating good games. But all these structures are setting up a crash. I can't go find the box, but I've said the industry is going to reset, and this is the shitty part of it. This is like the worst part of it. But I do think the industry is going to reset. We had a crash during the Atari era. Gaming came back. I do think there's going to be a move to like mobile. Yeah, there's layoffs every day in every industry. Yeah, I saw somebody saying that not only is our money worth less than it's ever been, although I'm very sensitive. In the end, people lost their jobs, and I'm not trying to rationalize the decision. I'm trying to say shitty management decisions led us on this path. I'm mad at the people who made the decisions that set us up in this world. Microsoft lays off 1,000 people because they don't have, somebody doesn't have foresight. Bob Kotick fired 800 people, 900 people or something, like 2019 and 2020, hired 2,000 people, and then they fired 1,900 people like the next year. So, it fucking sucks that so many people are out of work, and it's going to continue throughout 2024. Make no mistake, I think it's awful for the industry, and not only are those people getting laid off, there aren't jobs to replace those people. I talked about it at the beginning of the game, I talked about the music at the beginning of the show. There's not really much to say. It's absolutely within their right not to send the code. Why are you so radical? Can you focus less on politics and more about games? Show us games you play. Go watch my live. I stream every Sunday and I play a game every Sunday. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? I played Enshrouded for 40 hours. I played Enshrouded. I played Path of Exile. You can go look at the box. Focus on politics. This isn't politics. This has nothing to do with politics. What are you talking about? What are... The internet's insane. Oh yeah. So anyway. None of it is sustainable, unfortunately. Today is another adjustment caused by a multitude of factors that set the entire industry marching towards this point, and likely more adjustments will be made as we get to 2024 and beyond. Game companies are businesses that will make cold-hearted decisions to sustain, but I don't see anyone doing so completely. Like, maybe that part, like you think, no. It's fucking bad decision-making by upper management. It's shit decisions. And a lot of these companies, it's shit decisions. But like, at the same time, Activision sold their company. It's gonna, the whole industry's, I think it's gonna be a bad next 2 years, if I'm being honest. That's terrifying. Nobody thinks that's good. What am I saying? The layoffs stink and people are mad, Should I stream Suicide Squad Monday night? I can probably stream it for like an hour. And then maybe Tuesday I'll play on there. Then go from there. I gotta figure out what the plan is. I think people are gonna really like this story. I bet you everybody praises this story. Maybe. Anyway, yeah, Microsoft laid out much more. And it wasn't just the 1900. It was like one of the founders of Blizzard. Question mark says, to get it straight, I really enjoy your videos and leave anywhere. I've noticed that in the last few weeks there have been a bit more focus on complaints. I don't complain. The last few weeks have sucked. The industry is suffering mass layoffs. It sucks. Games are getting too expensive to make, and there will be another crash. That is the that's what I'm worried about. Do you think, like, why do you think Suicide Squad is a looter shooter but not really? There's no way. There's just no way that was made without a profit incentive of some kind at some level. Do I play on PC? I mostly play on PC. Anyway, so, yeah. Machine XP says, fine, bro. Do you think that there is the same structure of those that are free that are positive? Yeah, remember last year's 342 was about that was fast forward a year. You know what's really crazy to me? Just kind of hanging out with chat. Yeah, so laid off a bunch of people. Mike Barr, the founder of Blizzard. It's really cool. I hope this is the last of it. I hope in 5 years we'll look back and say, oh look, they hired up. And things are turning more positive. It's every escapist. I think it happened in December. Escapist was calling up people, just got rid of their whole
said that I expressed anger at the decisions that led us here. And people didn't like that I was expressing it. I don't know what's going on.
It's just really fun and annoying that I have to do this every damn day. Bitch! What the fuck, man? Like, do you not know what you're going to do before you do it? Why do I have to keep doing these things for you? Move. Move, man. Move, Kratos.
Do you see Sony investors being shocked on Xbox Division revenue earnings?
Move,
They're
Kratos.
push for more third-party releases.
Move, Kratos.
I wonder if Lau, are you asking about Sony? Yeah, I think the whole game market's
Move.
like there's a lot of concern that they're going to project for consumer.
Move, Kratos. It's a nice day outside, man. Leave me alone.
To get consumers better games. I love competition. Competition is so healthy.
Move. Move, Kratos. Sorry, Maddie, but you guys are really annoying me.
So the Switch OLED model, 7-inch. Let me get mine real quick. So this is how big the Switch screen is, right? Let me just.
Xperia Boost is amazing.
There's no way. There's simply no way. None of these people can have a job in this industry. You're given the biggest ARPG title and you do this? That's so bad, and I'm sure they have to take this out of their CV. It's a shame for us and absolutely atrocious for them. Well, let's look at some of the most popular posts about this. Okay. Diablo 4 is a good game. Diablo 4 is a good game. I feel like Diablo 4 is a good game. Diablo 4 is a good deal for your money. Like, I think Diablo 4 is a good game. I like Diablo 4. I still think Diablo 4 is a good game. Anyway, so let's go back over to this. So I guess I can talk about the Riot layoffs, and this is kind of, it's always a sad. There's no way. There's simply no way. None of these people can have a job in this industry. You're given the biggest ARPG title and you do this? That's so bad, and I'm sure they have to take this out of their CV. It's a shame for us and absolutely atrocious for them. Well, let's look at some of the most popular posts about this. Okay. Diablo 4 is a good game. Diablo 4 is a good game. I feel like Diablo 4 is a good game. Diablo 4 is a good deal for your money. Like, I think Diablo 4 is a good game. I like Diablo 4. I still think Diablo 4 is a good game. Anyway, so let's go back over to this. I hope you're reborn as someone good this time. I want to fight you one-on-one again. Later. Looks like it's about time.
Good morning! What? You want to enter the world tournament tomorrow?
Enough
already. Tell me the real reason you're fighting.
There's this guy who signed up to fight yesterday, and I think he might be really strong. I'm Luke. Nice to meet you. He's been waiting for this chance for a long time. Don't be deceived by his appearance. This guy's the real deal, all right? What are you talking about? This is pretty fun. Bring it! It's about time for you to face me head on. I gave them my word. I have to beat this guy. Wow, the sky's the limit for this guy's potential. He really is the reincarnation of Boo. Man, it feels like I've been waiting forever to fight you like this.
Kinder Bueno. It's crispy. It's creamy. It's not your average chocolate bar. Smooth milk chocolate, crispy wafer, creamy hazelnut filling. It's Kinder Bueno.
You cannot almost imagine the scale of this place. Through the AI deep learning model that we've developed with Dell Technologies, the AI is making it much easier for people to collect the data, analyze it, and provide it back to read managers and scientists to help us understand what's happening. Massive scale of constellation requires not just machines and AI, it requires people, it requires communities to do it. Welcome back to Retro Rebound. In today's video, not so retro, but maybe in spirit at least, today we're talking about Power World. Power World has been defined as, since it was first revealed, Pokemon with guns. The question is, could it be more than that? Now, my journey to Power World's early access release, I found quite interesting because I have to admit, artistically, I was pretty turned off by Power World. I didn't find it super inspirational. In fact, I found it less derivative and more like a blatant ripoff with some of the creature designs. I remember in one of the initial trailers I saw with Power World, there was this big sculpture, and it was a kind of Lucario-looking Pokemon sitting on a throne, and I couldn't believe how almost one-to-one it was. I know nowadays it's tough to find new creature designs. I mean, just look at modern Pokemon to itself. But you already know here on Retro Rebound, I'm no Pokemon elitist. I prefer the spin-offs to the mainline entries. I was more of a Battle Network kid growing up. So for me, I love the idea of these crazier Pokemon-style games. We need more of them. I've been playing a little bit of Temtem. Maybe we'll talk about that at a separate time here on the channel. But I like that there are challengers in this space, but this one to me, I saw guns and I saw a lot of similar creature designs and went, you know what, I hope people enjoy it, but I'm not going to check it out. Well, early access has arrived, and in 8 hours, the game sold 1 million copies. It has hundreds of thousands of players on Steam, and I went, okay, day one Game Pass in the Xbox ecosystem. Let's go ahead and check it out, shall we?
this guy who signed up to fight yesterday, and I think he might be really strong. I'm Luke. Nice to meet you. He's been waiting for this chance for a long time. Don't be deceived by his appearance. This guy's the real deal, all right? What are you talking about? This is pretty fun. Bring it. It's about time for you to face me head on. I gave them my word. I have to beat this guy. Wow, sky's the limit to this guy's potential. He really is the reincarnation of food. Man, it feels like I've been waiting forever to fight you like this.
Oh, fuck up. No, Defying Duke, an Xbox podcast. Bro, we don't have creamer?
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome back to Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. This is episode 160. I'm joined by everyone's favorite pal.
God damn it, man. I hate when that fucking happens, bro. What cream it is?
So you get to see one game of the year and all that good stuff.
Yeah, look at you. This is nuts.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, my lords.
Brother, yeah, this is a full day
Congrats
yesterday.
to you guys. This is amazing.
He got the target. Feels the man has been secured. Noel Nole Silva. Welcome to the stream. White boy said he learned about hair care. That's funny. Mention.
I love my hair. I've been obsessed with my hair. Not like, oh, I love it so much. I've been obsessed with like taking care of my hair since 6th grade, probably. Like since I was 12 years old. And it has been a long road of figuring all that out. But I recently added rosemary oil. Yeah, see the extra bounce. Yeah, it's. I mean, I just started, so I don't know if it's gonna provide immediate results. But I've been trying that out. I've been trying out a new shampoo type. Sugar, really good smelling. Like it's a white tea scent. It's really good.
The secret daughter of Heihachi Mishima attended Mishima Polytechnical School. She loved and respected her father, whom she saw as a role model. But
oh, we getting a lot of information here. We do find out that she's the secret daughter. We do find out some other motivations. Well, let's do that then. I don't like that the characters didn't have a lot to do with the story.
Reina, the secret daughter of Heihachi Mishima, attended Mishima Polytechnical School. She loved and respected her father, whom she saw as a role model, but Heihachi vanished after his defeat by
Alright, man.
Kazuya
I'm gonna try to take a
Mishima.
quick shower, alright? Don't leave me.
The now headless Mishima Zaibatsu put on the new The King of Iron Fist tournament.